And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again. Hope you're there with me. The session has commenced and your company required. That thing that happens round about this time happening exactly at this time. So if you are available, avail yourself of what is going on here. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 ADEYANJU. Another Savior, holy, 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 ADEYANJU.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran war, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster, never freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
another Savior, holy, 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 ADEYANJU. Another Savior, holy, 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 ADEYANJU.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran war, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Holy, 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 all the men will do is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is right there. Holy, 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 Odumegojoko. their mother's savior. Odumegwu Ojukwu, their mother's savior. As guys, I bring you this. Moment Atiku stormed Tambuwal's house after winning presidential election. So it wasn't to his wife that Atiku went. It wasn't to his parents or his family. The most important person in that moment, of course, are Aminu Tambuwal, who swung the movement to Atiku and gifted him that presidential ticket. So that is the game changer right there. And that was the guy that moved that decision that gifted Atiku the seat. So he, of course, and there's a video clip, by the way, to play to show you this. So I'll play you the video clip as well as read you the caption that goes with it. But he knows where that decision was made. And if he ever becomes president, this guy will just be counting dollars out of the central bank for an entire 8 years. That is Aminu Tambuwal. Because singularly, he gifted, in the way that TINUBU gifted Mallam Buhari the presidency in 2015. This guy single-handedly gifted Atiku the PDP presidential ticket, and Atiku knows full well. Moment Atiku stormed Tambuwal's house after winning presidential election, but it didn't actually win presidential election. It won the presidential ticket to partake in the election. So that headline somewhat incomplete. So incomplete headline onto this: Peter Obi, Pat Utomi, third force leaders storm Delta for Labour Party's presidential primaries. So this now much wanted belated third force that is being formed by curious bedfellows Pat Utomi and Peter Obi. They are now playing out their politics, but this time in Delta State, to agree on what they want to present to the Nigerian state. Peter Obi, Pat Utomi, third force leaders storm Delta for Labour Party presidential primaries. So quite what is in play there, we find out shortly. Why I cannot be disqualified because of Nigerian law. Why I can't be disqualified because of Nigerian law prescribing single term for vice president who complete president's tenure, Jonathan. So Jonathan telling you that whether you like it or not, whatever the law says or not, he is going to compete in that 2023 elections, and he is going to be your president. So forget what your thoughts are, and you can go whistle your disquiet to the wind. Why I cannot be disqualified? Because of Nigerian law prescribing single term for vice president who complete president's tenure, Jonathan. So it looks as though he has perfected his machinations with the Buhari cabal, and the assurances have now been made categorical. They are going to give him the ticket and is sensitizing you to that space. He is going to be your president, whether you like it or not. Ex-governor arrested over Accountant General's 80 billion probe. So that 80 billion that was stolen by the Accountant General, it looks as though he had an accomplice in one of the ex-governors. So sizable is that amount of money that he needed a conduit to funnel it out of the Nigerian coffers. Ex-governor arrested over Accountant General's 80 billion naira probe. So who the ex-governor is and how this plays out, we'll find out shortly. So this we'll find out shortly as well. Atiku's victory concluded 24 hours before delegates elections. So DOYIN OKUPE is the person making the headline now. He, of course, the spokesperson, the campaign director for Peter Obi, but a satiated, marinated, and steeped in the whole political actor within the Nigerian space. 30, 40 years old of being a player within the top echelons of Nigerian politics. So when he speaks, you listen, and he speaks this time around. Atiku's victory concluded 24 hours before delegates elections are DOYIN OKUPE, making that headline. So we learned finally on this. Atiku blame Osinbajo, TINUBU, Yorubas if North retain power in 2023. DEJI, ADEYANJU are making the headline there. So as we're calibrating and permutating and backstabbing each other, as we're calibrating and permutating and backstabbing each other within the southern spaces. Even Reno Mokri told us that solidarity is the one thing that the Northerners have mastered in politics. And we saw it play out just yesterday when this guy went for the expediency of the familiarity of his tribe and religion over his longer-standing relationship with Wike. He will try to make amends with Wike later, and if Wike is still not coming forth, then he will just abandon him. He lives in Sokoto, Wike lives in Rivers, so there's nothing really that will bring them together. And if they have a party event, he will stay in the left corner, Wike stays in the right corner, and never the twin shall meet. So this is it. That solidarity of unity of purpose is the one thing that the Northerners play to their advantage. But not even considering the totality of the South, even within the sub-ethnicities of the South, there's so much backbiting, there's so much backstabbing, there's so much plotting and scheming that we cannot even agree within sub-regions to have one champion to then make that a southern champion to have a real potential. So look at the field. Fayemi is saying, yes, TINUBU does not mind if it takes credentials qualified. Osinbajo will say, I am not obliged to the, and then TINUBU will say, what do we have in Yoruba land? About 3-4 candidates, all vying for the same position, all looking to bank on the same sort of power base, So this is what plays out, but then you see what the North plays. So solidarity versus individualism and scattergun approach. I wonder which wins. We know which wins. So there it is right there, and that is essentially what DEJI ADEYANJU is speaking to with this headline. Atiku blame Osinbajo, TINUBU Yorubas if North retains power in 2023. DEJI ADEYANJU, of course, are reading the writings on the wall. So, pardon me. So that's the menu. Lean back, sit back, take it easy, relax into it, surrender yourself to this space, and know that you are spending however long the session lasts with us. Once you're locked in, you are locked in. So surrender to the space. But before you throw your hand in surrender to the platform, use that hand first to click on the like button, and then use it to also click on the subscribe button. And then having clicked on like and subscribe, if you want to come and join us on the screen, if you look on the screen now, we're trying to hit 100 likes with this stream as ever. So get us to that 100 quickly. So as soon as we get to the 100, I'll stop going on about it and just focus on the conversation. But if I feel that we have not hit the 100, then I'm pausing the conversation to implore that you hit the like button. So do that immediately so that you just get my noise making out of the way and we can focus really on why we're here, which is to discuss what is important to us. So click on like and subscribe, and then at your discretion, if you want to come and join me on the screen, click on the subscribe button, which I am now putting in the comment section. So the like button is mandatory. The subscribe button is compulsory, but the hyperlink that says StreamYard is at your discretion. So if you feel like you can click on that one, but the other two you must click on. But to set about the clicking, I provide you with a little bit of liquid nourishment to the care guides with your calabash ready to the care guides.
Water, only water, only water, where is Sima? Water, only water, where is Sima? Hapa o naido, Hapa o naido, Hapa you don't come o, Hapa o naido, Hapa o naido. Kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o, Obi Master kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o, Chief Fáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́rẹ́ lẹ́mùrẹ́ o, eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé, eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o, eruku ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is, pardon me, and there it is right there. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ, ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe. May death have nothing to do with us. So ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe, as guys, I bring you this. PDP chairman caught on camera hailing Tambuwal as hero of national convention. So the PDP chairman, of course, somebody that is meant to be an independent arbiter of the proceedings. But then, of course, the mask, the veil slips, and we see the true colors of his eyes. Our PDP chairman caught on camera hailing Tambuwal as hero of national convention. The chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, Iyochia Ayu, has proclaimed Governor Aminu Tambuwal as the hero of the party's national convention. You are the hero of the convention. Thank you. Mr. Ayu said during a visit to Mr. Tambuwal at Sokoto Governor's Lodge in Abuja on Sunday. A video of the meeting was posted online and it showed Mr. Tambuwal welcoming Mr. Ayu, Sule Lamido, and other PDP politicians on the visit. This followed the Sokoto State Governor's withdrawal from the presidential race during the party's convention held on Saturday in Abuja. As delegates were about to commence voting, Mr. Tambuwal withdrew from the presidential race, giving former Vice President Atiku Abubakar an edge over his major contender, Governor Yemson Wike of Rivers State. Whilst making the formal announcement, the governor had pledged his support for Mr. Abubakar and urged the delegates to vote for the former vice president, who soon emerged as the party's flag bearer with 371 votes from the 767 delegates accredited for the convention. I have appealed to my supporters to take this in good strides and for national unity and patriotism. And not only that, those who are delegates here should vote for Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, Mr. Tambuwal had said. Mr. Tambuwal's last-minute decision was seen as a betrayal and conspiracy against Governor Yemson Wike. Mr. Wike, who came second at the convention, had in 2018 supported Mr. Tambuwal against Mr. Abubakar during the party's primaries. Although Mr. Wike had promised to support whoever emerged as the party's candidate, sources close to him said he may distance himself from Mr. Abubakar's campaign if it became clear that there was a premeditated conspiracy to deny him the ticket. A spokesman for Mr. Wike could not be reached for comment on Sunday, but his supporters said Mr. Ayu's partisan comments should shatter the widespread conclusion of neutrality previously held about the convention, which has been touted as free and fair. A spokesman for Mr. Ayu said the politician did not intend to mock Mr. Wike, but only to commend Mr. Tambuwal for allowing the exercise to go smoothly with his timely decision to back Mr. Abubakar. So there it is right there. But what was he even doing in the Atiku party train to go and thank to go and thank Tambuwal is the question. Moment Atiku stormed Tambuwal's house after winning presidential election. So I have a video clip to play to you on this, but I'll read out all the talking points, and then when I come into the room, I'll play you I have 2 video clips to play to you, all related to that PDP convention. So a video has emerged of the moment newly elected People's Democratic Party presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar paid a visit to Tambuwal to celebrate his win. Correspondents had reported that the governor of Sokoto State, Aminu Waziri Tambuwal, stepped down for Atiku before the commencement of voting last night. Party sources said Tambuwal withdrew from the race to support Atiku following the intervention of some elders who feared should Wike pick the ticket, the ruling party would once again secure the presidential seat in 2023. In the video, excited individuals are seen shaking hands with Mr. Atiku and Mr. Tambuwal as seated. So let me read that again. That didn't read right. In the video, excited individuals are seen shaking hands whilst Mr. Atiku and Mr. Tambuwal are seated. Meanwhile, former Kogi State Central Senator Dino Melaye has revealed why he caused a scene at the presidential primaries of the PDP on Saturday. Correspondents had earlier reported that Melaye hugged and lifted Governor Aminu Tambuwal of Sokoto State off the ground after the latter withdrew from the presidential election held in the MKO Abiola Stadium in Abuja. Melaye also shook hands with Mr. Tambuwal for stepping down for Atiku and paying allegiance to the 2019 PDP presidential candidate. So that's a different read, because it takes me to a hyperlink that says read more. But I've already read it once upon a time, and it's a bit of a nonsense. So whatever nonsense you imagined Dino Melaye would have said, is exactly what he did say. So from that to this, Peter Obi, Pat Utomi, third force leaders storm Delta for Labour Party presidential primaries. The third force movement under the umbrella of the National Consultative Front, NC Front, has called on more leaders of conscience in the country to quickly join the Labour Party following its adoption by the third force movement as the alternative big tent for the 2023 elections. The third force movement was initiated to create a strong The third force movement was initiated to create a strong platform to challenge the All Progressive Congress APC and the People's Democratic Party PDP, both of which have had opportunities to lead Nigeria and failed. This was disclosed in a statement on Sunday, signed by Ms. Biliki Bello, the Communicative Executive National of the NC Front. The call was made by the head of, pardon me, let me come off the screen for a moment. I'm just going to come off the screen for one quick second. Let me play you a little bit of the care guides, and I'll come off the screen for a second, and I'll come back and start from where I stopped off.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water,
only water, where they see ma.
Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't.
All right, sorry about that. So back to it. So where were we? So we were with the third first, a committee of strange bird fellows. The third force movement under the umbrella of the National Consultative Front, NC Front, has called on more leaders of conscience in the country to quickly join the Labour Party following its adoption by the Third Force movement as the alternative big tent for the 2023 elections. The Third Force movement was initiated to create a strong platform to challenge the All Progressive Congress APC and the People's Democratic Party PDP, both of which have had opportunities to lead Nigeria and failed. This was disclosed in a statement on Sunday signed by Ms. Bilikis Bello, the communications executive of the NC Front. The call was made by the head of public affairs of NC Front, Malam Dr. Tanko Yanusa in Asaba, the Delta State capital, whilst addressing the teaming supporters and delegates of the Labour Party who were there to attend the presidential primaries of the party, holding on Monday at the Orchid Hotels, GRA Asaba, Delta. Tanko Yanusa, in the company of other party chieftains, also used the occasion to lambast the cash and carry party primaries of the APC and PDP, describing them as corruptive and criminal. He called on the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, to immediately go after the candidates and delegates of the APC and PDP for destroying Nigeria's electoral system and moral fabric. The front, whilst also applauding the bubbling political synergy between the two leading presidential aspirants of the party, Peter Obi and Pat Utomi, in the Labour Party, also condemned the activities of some disgruntled elements and sponsored agents by APC and PDP in the press, trying to create a false picture of lack of cohesion in the party. The movement, in light of the coalition in the Labour Party, also invited all the movement, in light of the coalition in the Labour Party, also invited all well-meaning Nigerians, including women, youth, the physically challenged, the poor, and the well-to-do, to immediately join forces with the Labour Party to rescue Nigeria from the heightening insecurity and imminent collapse foisted by the incompetent rulers of the country, currently trading in delegates all over the country. So that is essentially what it is, the third force. But who are we seeing there? We're seeing characters like Pat Utomi and Peter Obi. So if that is what constitutes the strength of Operation Rescue Nigeria, but then that rescue is not yet forthcoming. If what constitutes Operation Rescue Nigeria is a synergizing between Pat Utomi and Peter Obi, then that rescue is not coming anytime soon. Why I cannot be disqualified because of Nigerian law prescribing single term for vice president who completes president's tenure, Jonathan. Former President Goodluck Jonathan says he is constitutionally qualified to contest for president in 2023, adding that Section 137, subsection 1B and 3 of the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria as amended does not have an effect on him. President Mohamed Buhari had on June the 4th, 2018, signed a constitutional amendment that stops a vice president who completes the term of a president from contesting for the office of president more than one more time. So that is not to say from competing. So if you compete and you don't win, you can still compete again. So you cannot serve. So if you were the vice president under a sitting president, and for whatever reason you ended up finishing that sitting president's tenure as now the substantive president, you can only then serve one more term as a president. So when they say compete, that doesn't mean you can only run one election. I'm sure you know that. Okay, where were we? Okay, let's pick it up from here. The law also stops a deputy governor who completes the term of a governor from seeking a second term in office as a governor. A president's term can be cut short by reasons of death, resignation, or death to well, it says death twice. A president's term can be cut short by reasons of death, resignation or death to pave the way for the vice president to complete the term of the departed president. Following the death of the then President Umaru Yar'Adua on May the 5th, 2010, Jonathan, as the then vice president, took a new oath of office to complete Yar'Adua's term as president. He was also sworn in for another term on May the 29th, 2011, after he won the presidential poll of that year. The first defendant had argued that since he acquired his right to contest and, if successful, to be sworn in as president after he lost re-election in 2015 to the current president, Muhammad Buhari, it would be unethical to the spirit and intendment of the legislature to take away the right he acquired in 2015 on the basis of a law that came into effect in it would be unethical to the spirit and intendment of the legislature to take away the rights he acquired in 2015 on the basis of a law that came into effect in 2018. Jonathan, in a counter affidavit deposed by his assistant, Pelitiri John Debetimi, to suit number blah blah blah, calling for his disqualification, said the law cannot be applied in his case. And the Solomon and Idibiyi Abraham had approached a federal high court sitting in Yenagua, Bayelsa State, that the former president should be disqualified from, from contesting the 2023 presidential election. They listed Jonathan, the All Progressive Congress APC, and the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC as first, second, and third defendants, respectively. The duo argued that by virtue of the introduction of Section 137, subsection 1B and 3 of the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria as amended, the former president was no longer eligible to vie for the office of president because he had taken the oath of office on 2 previous occasions. But responding, Jonathan said it would be unethical to the spirit and intendment of the legislature to take away the right he acquired in 2015 when he lost to President Buhari on the basis of a law that came into effect in 2018. Upon being served with the plaintiff's originating process, the first defendant, through counsel, filed his counter affidavit written address, both of which are dated blah blah blah. So a lot of legalese in this piece. So let's cut through the legalese, because the lawyers can go read that in their private time. In summary, the first defendant's response, as stated in his counter affidavit, is that he has never been elected into the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on 2 previous occasions. The first defendant stated that the oath of office he took on the 6th of May 2010 was taken upon his election as President of Nigeria. The first defendant further asserted that he took the said oath to complete the aborted tenure of the late President Yar'Adua. The first defendant had argued that since he acquired his right to contest and, if successful, to be sworn in as president after he lost his re-election bid to current President Buhari. So it goes on to repeat a lot of all right, a lot of it is somewhat repetitive, but you get the thrust of it. Jonathan then, via law, wants to re-enter. So it will clear up the legalities, and then it will be presented to the APC as their consensus candidate. And TINUBU can put it in his pipe and smoke it. So put it in your pipe and smoke it. The Jagaban of DBT, put it in your pipe and smoke it. So put this in your pipe and smoke it too. Atiku blames Osinbajo, TINUBU, Yoruba. Atiku blame. So that's Atiku. Oh yes, let me just start. Atiku blame Osinbajo, TINUBU, Yorubas if North retains power in 2023. DEJI ADEYANJU. Nigerians have been asked to blame two All Progressive Congress APC presidential aspirants, Bola TINUBU and Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, if the North retains power in 2023. Activist lawyer DEJI ADEYANJU made the remark whilst reacting to the emergence of Atiku as the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential candidate. ADEYANJU described TINUBU and Osinbajo as power-hungry people. In a series of tweets, the Abuja-based lawyer said Osinbajo and TINUBU started the idea of anybody and any zone can produce Nigeria's president. ADEYANJU also said Yorubas supporting Osinbajo and TINUBU should be blamed if the North retains power. He said, blame these two power-hungry people for power staying in the North. They started this idea of everyone from anywhere can run for president when we all know power should go to the Southeast. Also blame the Yoruba people supporting them when their son is just finishing 8 years as VP. So I think he buys into that Eastern narrative that the Yoruba should abandon ambition and support the Igbo. So there's a lot of people that sympathize with that, and there's a lot of people that don't. Atiku's victory concluded 24 hours before delegates elections. So somebody that's very deep and marinated in politics speaking, DOYIN OKUPE. DOYIN OKUPE, a former aide of ex-President Goodluck Jonathan, has revealed how Atiku Abubakar's victory was concluded before the People's Democratic... let's do that again. DOYIN OKUPE, a former aide of ex-President Goodluck Jonathan, has revealed how Atiku Abubakar's victory was concluded before the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential election. Atiku on Saturday defeated Wike, Saraki Udom, and others to emerge presidential flag bearer of the PDP. Reacting to this on Twitter, OKUPE wrote, Atiku's victory and the supremacy of the North. Atiku won the PDP presidential primaries on Saturday, the 28th of May, 2023. But the assurance of the victory was concluded some 24 hours before the delegates' elections. The main challenger, Yemson Wike, had nearly overrun the whole country with massive deployment of resources and had actually overtaken the Crown Prince himself. Prior to the advent of the primaries, the North had taken a preemptive strike by installing a loyalist as the national chairman with ready acquiescence of... okay, let's take this again because this is quite interesting. I didn't know I was going to approach it from this angle, so I'm going to reread it all over again. DOYIN OKUPE, a former aide of ex-President Goodluck Jonathan, has revealed how Atiku Abubakar's victory was concluded before the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential election. Atiku on Saturday defeated Wike, Saraki Udom, and others to emerge the presidential flag bearer of the PDP. Reacting to this on Twitter, OKUPE wrote, Atiku's victory and the supremacy of the North. Atiku won the PDP presidential primaries on Saturday, the 28th of May, 2022. That should... Yeah, 2022. It says 2023 here, but that's a mistype. But the assurance of the victory was concluded some 24 hours before the delegates' elections. The main challenger, Yemson Wike, had nearly overrun the whole country with massive deployment of resources and had actually overtaken the Crown Prince himself. Prior to the advent of the primaries, the North had taken a preemptive strike by installing a loyalist as the national chairman with ready acquiescence of PDP southern leaders who believed naively that with that arrangement in place, a southern presidential candidate was a certainty. The only job of the national chairman was to cause a flagrant violation of PDP constitution and ensure a paralysis of the zoning arrangement. After this, the remaining job, which was completely overlooked by Wike and his powerful clique of serving and former governors, was to cause a late rally of northern delegates, which was certain to guarantee victory since the North had a significant numerical advantage over the South. There was partial compliance, but there was enough to tilt the crown towards the forever towering Atiku. The motley crowd of southern aspirants presented a shameful and near pathetic view, an assembly of self-seeking and self-conceited but nevertheless unwise collection of naive politicians competing as minions in a game organized and executed by experts and celebrated masters. My only regret in all this is that southern politicians will always be defeated in this arena till kingdom come, because each crop of new leaders assume that assertion because let me take that paragraph again. My only regret in all this is that southern politicians will always be defeated in this arena till kingdom come, because each crop of new leaders assumes that ascension to power, that should be ascension to power, is an incontestable evidence of acquisition of knowledge and experience. Those who asked Tambuwal to withdraw were not rich people, neither were they serving nor former governors. Those who do not respect the council of elders are often met with failures and shame in their many pursuits. Once again, the North has triumphed over the folly of their southern counterparts, but let us hope this is not a Pyrrhic victory. Only time will tell. So there it is. That's somewhat a stilted and a convoluted read. A stilted and convoluted read. But hopefully this last piece that I'm about to read, more smooth sailing. So smooth sail to this. Ex-governor arrested over Accountant General's 80 billion naira probe. The Economic and Financial Crimes Commission has arrested former Governor Abdulaziz Yari in connection with the agency's ongoing investigation of the suspended Accountant General of the Federation, Ahmed Idris. Mr. Yari, a former governor of Zamfara State, was arrested on Sunday at his residence in Abuja, days after he won the ruling party APT's ticket for Zamfara State West senatorial election holding next year. He won unopposed. The ADF under criminal investigation, so that is the Accountant General of the Federation, under criminal investigation, Mr. Idris had been in the EFCC custody since May the 16th, facing investigators over allegations of corruption to the tune of 80 billion naira. Investigators are working with the lead that he allegedly conspired with others to steal public funds, which by his role he was meant to safeguard. One of his suspected accomplices is Mr. Yari, who was arrested today, EFCC sources told correspondents. According to these sources, suspicious transactions between Mr. Idris and Mr. Yari were in the area of 20 billion naira. Mr. Yari is not new to anti-graft enforcement actions. Last year, he was repeatedly held and questioned by the EFCC over allegations he criminally diverted billions in Zamfara's funds kept in a bank. Mr. Yari was governor of Zamfara State, an impoverished Nigerian northwestern state, between 2007 and 2019. Under his reign, terrorist outlaws, commonly called bandits, started ravaging communities. So essentially, he was the bag man then for that accountant general. So the trail is still very fresh. So how much of that money can they recover is the thing. So good to have you all. Good to have you, everybody. And we have a good complement of viewing this time around. So we're looking to hit 100 likes on the stream. So take us to 100 likes quickly, so I can just focus entirely on the sessions. So as we welcome the panel, Baba Akure, I see you. Brownberry, I see you. Solly, I see you. So please mute yourself as you are coming in. Let me just leave you out. All right, sorry. So Charlie Boy, I see you. Ete, I see you. Tony, I see you. Ajanle Koko, I see you. X0, I see you. And Engineer, I see you. So good to have you all, gentlemen. Let me bring Solly back on. Hopefully, he's kept himself muted. So there it is. So good to have you all, gentlemen. So let me go first then to Ete of Africa. So Ete, are you ready to go? Or
yes, I am.
all right, before I come to you, Ete, I just forgot. I actually made the promise to play you video clips of what's transpired today. So this first video clip, Ete, let me play you this one. This one is amusing, but the other one somewhat depressing. So this is the delegates. We were going through how much they were getting, and at the last count, they were getting close to $80,000 to $100,000 each. And this is how it panned out.
Oh, hey, delegate! Verify! Delegate! Chief Aguero! Chief Aguero! Verify! Hey, chief politics! Delegate! Delegate!
So there you saw it right there. The delegates put in their money to good use immediately. But watch this as well, and then I'll sound your opinion. So this is Atiku. The first thing he did after the victory was to go and say thank you to Tambuwal, who stabbed a lot of people will say Wike in the back to give his fellow Aboki the victory. Sorry, that's actually the wrong video. But address this one then. Address the delegates then, the dollar reign that is now Nigerian politics. So address that, and then I'll start you off with the talking points. Ete.
You see, the problem with Nigerian politics is that we've made it so attractive for criminals that it's going to take something very drastic for us to have a good leader. Something very, very drastic. You see a delegate buying a tier rubber just for primaries. So to show when I see people saying these people are going to vote their conscience, I'm laughing. These people are never going to vote their conscience. Those delegates.
Maybe you have to have conscience to vote it. You do not have to have conscience to vote it.
That's true. And you have to have conscience in a way. So the thing is that is how Nigerian politics are. That is why you see a lot of them is a do or die affair. You see politicians before they become even House of Reps, they had no tangible income. Immediately they become something as small as even local government chairman. They become rich overnight, buying houses overnight, driving expensive cars overnight. Now politics in Nigeria is a career. Is the dream job of everybody. Let's say everybody. It's the dream job. Now you can't say, oh, you want to become a doctor or you want to become a professor or whatsoever. You can't. You even hear statements when politicians are telling professors that if they want a salary increase, they should enter politics. So you see things like this is what is making our politics crazy. That is why you hear somebody like Peter Obi that says that there's no more money to eat, but it appears that there's still money because these people are spreading money up and down. The dollar now is In fact, it looks as if there's more dollar in Nigeria this period than
You
in
know, I
US.
was wondering about that myself, that there's more dollars in circulation in Nigeria, certainly, than there is Naira.
Yes, that's the thing that is confusing me. The way the dollars is there, I don't know. Where did they get these dollars from? When every time people want to do business, you hear the CBN and governor saying there's no enough dollar, there's no enough this. Obviously, the politicians have been storing them in their cabinets and in their safes. That is why election time like this, they will be sharing dollar, because obviously they know that they've devalued the naira so much that if you want to pay a delegate, you need to bring two Ghana must go to pay the delegate. So dollar makes it easy for them. They just give envelope. That envelope is Ghana must go if you want to look at it in naira. So these people has made our politics so crazy, so crazy. You see the brand new car there, and people are saying that it is right to entrust delegates to bring out candidates. They will never bring out a good candidate, especially in
But,
parties like APC or PDP.
but does it not make a fallacy of that notion that somebody is expecting them to vote their conscience? That take your child's to the vote, your child's picture to the voting booth, and think of the future. That guy with the new Camry, was he thinking of his daughter? He wasn't thinking of his daughter. In fact, he was thinking of his daughter when he was collecting the dollars. So it's money now. It's money. That's just the sad reality of it, isn't it?
The funny thing about this thing is that if that delegate vote his conscience, it's even his family members that will insult him. It's even his family members that will insult him and give him a very tough time, because everybody right now in Nigeria has this national cake mentality. This is my own share of the national cake kind of mentality. So you see people, if yeah, people in the street everywhere, they are shouting corrupt politicians, we cannot do that. But they are hoping if you put them in that position, they are going to steal more than the present politicians that are there. So you see that the morality of Nigerian politics is totally zero. There's nothing like vote my conscience. There's nothing like collect the money. They say it's collect the money and vote your conscience. First of all these people that are voting, that are collecting money, they are definitely going to have an oath to those people. And anyone that doesn't have an oath, you saw what happened in the northern part of Nigeria when a politician went to call bandits. The bandits that they are trying to fight, a politician went to call bandits and told bandits that he should go and recoup his money back. He started and delegates that didn't vote for him started bringing their money back, to show you that the people, that the politicians, they are spending the money is like an investment. It's like they are doing forex. It's even better than forex anyway.
All right. It's just it's a god-forsaken country. But let me take you to the main talking points, ATA. But before I do that, let me implore the people listening to click on the like button. If you look at the comment section, everyone, you see that we are trying to hit 100 likes. We've been fluctuating between 370 to 400 plus viewership concurrently. So that's more than sufficient enough for us to hit that 100 likes. So take us to that 100 likes quickly, so I can pause, so I can stop pausing in the middle of conversations to implore that you take us to 100 likes. So click on the like button, take us to 100, and just so that I can just shut up about it. So shut me up with the likes, as Ete does not shut up then, because we want to hear from him. Atiku blame Osinbajo TINUBU Yorubas if North retains power in 2023. So the ADEYANJU, he's the one that has coming off the back of that headline. And with that headline, you wonder what approach he's going to take to it. But he has gone the route that it was essentially people like Yemi Osinbajo and TINUBU that propelled, rather than to play that regional politics to insist on power transiting to their zone, they were playing take all comers on politics. So that has facilitated the emergence of Atiku in the PDP, and that opens the window for a possible northerner in the APC. So would you, Ete, be surprised to see a northern candidate in the APC? And if you, and it was also what he hinged his argument on was that the entirety of the South should have rallied behind the Southeastern push. But really, that's somewhat of a flimsy argument. But if APC comes up with a northern candidate, would you place the blame with the Southwest, as DEJI ADEYANJU is inviting you to? Ete.
Yeah, it's obvious. You see, the Northerners know that it's not the South. They know these things. They've known that for a while. But when it comes to the South, everybody has loud mouth. Everybody wants to talk. Everybody wants to show that they are whatsoever. You see, for example, look at Tambuwal and Atiku. When you look at the geopolitical zone, they are far apart, very far apart, northeast, northwest. Sokoto, the ending of Nigeria to Niger. Then you see Adamawa far in near.
Isn't Tambuwal supporting Fayemi now? Not TINUBU.
Who is supporting Fayemi?
Tambuwal.
Tambuwal will never
Tambuwal is
support
PDP now. Why would they
Abi?
support Fayemi?
What?
Or
What
maybe
are
I
you
it's the
don't
doing?
wrong
understand.
person.
All right. Sorry,
Wrong
carry on,
person. Let me
Ete.
check.
Yeah. Carry on,
This
Ete.
guy is so obsessed with fire meal.
No, it's from Ekiti State. So, yeah, so that explains that.
It's
What,
Ganduje, not Tambuwal. Sorry.
all right. Carry on, Ete.
Okay. So you see that they know when to unite. Obviously, if Tambuwal shared the northern vote, Wike would have won. That's a fact. But you see that they know how to play the politics, they know how to support themselves, and they have this kind of northern elder kind of thing that is always backing them. But when you come to the south, you don't have any organization or any platform that is truly southerner. You don't. You have the Igbos group, you have the Yoruba groups. Even if you come down to South South, you still have the Asian group inside Edo. You still have the groups are just too much. The voices are just too much. The noise are just too much. And having those kind of things, you can't put a front. You can't. It was clear this time, like it was so clear. South South have tasted power. Southwest have tasted power, but greed and playing nonsense politics refused them to zone it to the southeast. When you ask them, they are telling you Obasanjo is from Mali, Goodluck Jonathan is from Australia. They'll be telling you some kind of crazy thoughts. When we all know that we have three geopolitical zones in the south, two has tasted power. Two. Allow the third one taste power. No, you don't want you to. I don't even understand the politics the Southwest plays sometimes, and it gets annoying sometimes. I'm sure if it was the Southwest that was in the situation as the Southeast, they will be crying foul now. They'll be crying foul. They'll be bringing all the emotional blackmail, bringing on all the weapons that they have. I'm sure all the celebrities, everything, will be shouting and saying that, oh, the Southwest have never tasted power. They don't like the Southwest.
But Ete, do you think the South? Do you think the Southeast? Do you think they have sufficient enough of a talent at the presidential level? So we remove Peter Obi, which a lot of people still have a question mark about. But if we remove Peter Obi, what talent does the Southeast have at the presidential level?
The talent has the Southeast has talent.
Right,
Which talent does the Southwest have? Which talent per se?
They have Osinbajo. They have Osinbajo.
Osinbajo is not a talent. Osinbajo
they have
is a
Fayemi.
disaster. When you say disaster of the highest form,
they have TINUBU himself. They have Akeredolu. They have Fashola. So those are
The only
presidential talents.
talent that is in the southwest is Fashola. Apart from
Really?
Fashola, there's no talent there. There's
Mm.
just group of corrupt people. The names you're mentioning are corrupt. It's only Fashola that has iota of good deeds in him. The rest are there for family and
Yeah, but
caucus.
what field can the Southeast present at the presidential level? What field? Name names.
Is it names that's going to bring
Is it not a is it not a
no
name
no
that will be
no
president? Is it not a name?
is it name that's going to bring good governance
No, no.
or
Is it
or
not a
personality?
person? Is it not a
It's
person?
personality.
Yeah.
Are you trying to say that there's no personality in the southeast?
Yes, no, name some because I've just suggested that there's a subsisting narrative that the Southeast have a dearth of talent at the presidential level. So that was an invitation for you to say, what about the ex? You just read off. See how I reeled off 5 names.
One
You
man.
can dismiss them, but
One man.
hold on. Name names rather than obfuscate. So
One
name
man.
names, yeah.
I think you should stop debating like this, because it is just like a hypothetical question. You know that the Southeast is full of talent, so we shouldn't go
So
there.
They mention names.
why are we here not hearing names now?
It's
Okay,
too low.
okay. Let's move on from there. If you
Yeah,
don't
let's
have
move on,
names,
please.
yeah.
That's a
If you
low.
don't,
That's a low angle, please.
no, it's not a low angle. He invited the narrative that power should be conceded to the Southeast, and then I'm saying that there's a subsisting narrative that there is no talent at the presidential level. So and then he said, and then I gave him a list of names as to what was potentially talents in the Southwest, which was an invitation for him to give me a list of names as potential talents in the Southeast. But he
When you're
pivoted.
talking
There are talents
talking
everywhere.
about
He
names,
pivoted
I
to
was about to
yeah.
answer you.
Oh,
I
all
was
right,
about to
carry
answer
on.
you.
Oh, okay,
When
so
you're
to
talking
you.
about names, if you go to
Ete, don't fall into that trap.
Hold
There's
on, it's
talent
not a tribe.
everywhere.
Hold on. Let's hear the
There's talent
talents now.
everywhere.
Let's hear the talent.
if you go to the APC, you have people like Devumayi,
Right.
you have people like Okorocha.
Okay.
You even have Ojus Okalu. At least
Really?
he has gotten 1,000,000+ votes when he tried to contest with a very small party, the highest in ever for a third choice. So you can give him, at least he can get votes. That is in the APC. When you come to the PDP, you have Ayim Pius, you have Peter Obi. Those are 2 good candidates that can also lead the country, that can also make a country good. So I've named more than I've named more than 4 names for you now.
All right.
Are those not names?
Well, their names, but are they presidential level? It's a thing.
So no. So you will tell me somebody like Osinbajo is presidential level, or
Yeah.
somebody like TINUBU is presidential level, and somebody
Yes.
like for example, Okorocha is not presidential level, or
All
somebody like all of them are the same bracket. They are all corrupt. I mentioned even corrupt names, so that you know that the candidates you mentioned in the Southwest are corrupt.
All right. Let me move on from there. Ete, but still staying within the presidential level politics. Peter Obi Pat Utomi, third force leaders, Storm Delta for Labour Party presidential primaries. So, of course, our names have to be submitted to INEC. So, everybody, of course, holding their primaries now, conventions primaries, however you choose to term it, they are all now picking their front runners. But the front runners within this particular paradigm, their names like Pat Utomi and Peter Obi. So does this then sound like a duo that can embark on that rescue mission, Operation Save Nigeria? So Operation Save Nigeria, leading the charge, Pat Utomi, Peter Obi. Does that imbue you with?
There's no
Does that
two
fill you with
front
confidence?
runners.
Yeah.
There's no 2 front runner. There's just Peter Obi. Peter Obi he has been given the ticket already. There's no decision there. The plan now is to get a credible northerner as a vice. That is the plan. Pat Utomi knows that. He knows that. He's not even dragging the presidential candidate with with Peter Obi.
As he indicated that he's going to step down because he was the front lead for that ticket.
He himself, Pat Otomi, knows that the youth is behind Peter Obi right now.
What do you mean he knows?
He knows now. Can Pat Otomi say he has a bigger name right now than Peter Obi? No, he doesn't. So definitely, the switch right now, what they are looking for in the Labour Party right now is not even whether Pat Otomi or Peter Obi. Peter Obi is getting the ticket. The question right now is to get a credible northerner, because you also need that credible northerner to be able to get a certain percentage of votes in the north. So that is the search right now, not Pat Otomi and this thing Peter Obi.
But the biggest name that came to the fore within that space is Pat Utomi and Peter Obi. Does that feel you?
Presidential this thing definitely is one man that's going to win it out of the two.
No. That's not what I was leading to. Ete. Okay. I'm saying those seem to be the two star names within that space. But does that fill you with confidence, Peter Obi and Pat Utomi? Are those names that you conjure with that inspires confidence in you? Are you filled with confidence that something being permutated by Peter Obi and Pat Utomi is going to be a rescue to anything?
Peter Obi and Pat Utomi can't be on the ticket, obviously.
No. You are not. Sorry, that wasn't. I'm not talking about the ticket. I'm talking about the party. So the two star names within that party are those two names.
Yes. I understand now.
What plan can the two of them come up with that will have any real meaning, or won't be just some derisory nonsense?
No, look, the party right now is having massive people are joining every day. So there are still going to be star names in the north that are going to come to the third force. There are still going to be a lot of star names that are going to come, and you're going to see that before the next 3 months. You're going to be hearing names constantly. Names are going to be joining the Labour Party constantly, and you're going to see it. You're going to hear names from the southwest. You're going to hear names from the north, and it's not going to be small names, because there are a lot of people that are not happy with the politics that the APC and the PDP are playing. A lot of people in the north and in the south. So a lot of people right now, they've seen that there's a momentum with Peter Obi. So because of Peter Obi, a lot of people are going to.
And you don't think that, sorry, Ete, you don't think that momentum is starting to peter out somewhat? He seems to have faded out somewhat since he left PDP.
He hasn't faded out. Faded out in what way? His campaign.
Well, it doesn't command the attention space as it once did.
He's commanding the attention space because the Labour Party itself is getting a lot of people are asking how would they get a party card in their various states, which had never happened in the Labour Party before. A lot of people are interested to join, get a party card, and be part of the party. Labour Party is right now the logo in Twitter. You can go and see it. It's everywhere. You see there's even a campaign right now still with the Labour Party to push INEC to extend the PVC registration date. So Peter Obi is still there. Peter Obi is still being talked about. Is the only when you even hear people talk, they are saying that Peter Obi is their only choice. So what other momentum? No other candidate has this momentum.
I've just noticed that he's disappeared from the headlines somewhat. His last presence in the headlines was when he left the PDP, and then he disappeared from the headlines. That may well be because
when he joined the Labour Party. He was in the headlines when he joined the Labour Party. They've tried. They know that this man is the youth candidate. Now they're trying all means to make sure that they downplay his popularity.
I thought Chowore was the youth candidate.
Who are the people that are saying Sowore is youth candidate? Who are those people?
Yeah, it always has been the students
Sowore
and
has
the.
never, even in school, in universities. I have younger ones that are still schooling. They don't even know who Sowore is.
They don't know who you. They,
They
you are.
don't even
Come
know who
on,
Sowore is.
come
I'm
on.
telling you.
That's
I'm
too
telling
much.
you
I say.
this. No, it's not too much. They
They
don't
know
know.
who.
See,
But they know Peter
the
B.
only universities, the only
Can you hear
universities that
that?
know of
No, they,
Sowore,
that's just.
Does
This is. This
that
is.
the
even
only
make sense?
universities that know of
Does it
Sowore are the Southwest universities.
really?
This is fact.
Mm.
I'm speaking fact. How many
It's,
northern universities know Sowore?
it's
Even South
that's
South,
true.
they
That's
don't even
true.
know. They don't. So what are we saying? It's only Southwest University, all this
Are
OAU
you
and all this.
serious? They don't
This
know
in
Sowore.
that is the only place Sowore is known. It's not known in other universities. If you want to go by universities,
Oh Lord, you are just. I mean,
that if you
it's
want to go
it's
by
just
the youth,
horrible
it's only
hearing
even
this
known by
from
the youth in Southwest, and
you
when you
know.
come to the South in
Mm.
Edo and then probably in Abuja, where else is he known? Which youth knows him again? They don't know him. They don't know him. I can bet you now that if you go to any state apart from the Southwest, in fact, even still in the Southwest, some states you will go to and ask, do you know Sowore? A young person, just ask a normal young person, he won't know who Sowore is. Sowore has never been a youth candidate, never been a youth candidate. He has
Right.
never even been taken as a serious candidate. So people should stop comparing Sowore stand and Peter Obi stand.
Okay.
Mr.
All right.
Sorry, sir, Mr. T. Do you know Sahara Reporter? Since 12 years ago, from 12 years ago, do you know the role this guy has been playing in the Nigeria political scene?
No, that's not what Ete is saying. He's saying that he doesn't command popularity amongst the youth and students. That Sowore doesn't. So that's what because he's saying that Peter Obi occupies that space.
Blatant lies, blatant lies.
I've never heard such a thing in my life.
Yes.
But then, of course, that's it.
There's nothing like Blantyre's lies. Which university will you go to apart from the Southwest? You mention Sowore and they will say they know him. None. Even political science students wouldn't know him.
Not even universities. Go to the streets. How many streets are you going to go in the whole of Nigeria?
And we're talking
where they know Sowore.
Hold on, Ete. Let's hear from Banbury. Do you concur with what Ete is saying that Sowore doesn't command the student space?
I fully concur. He doesn't. All these are Sowore is an online diaspora people running after. Nobody knows him. In the street, go to the streets. Apart from Lagos, maybe Abuja, go to other streets of other states and ask people still hawking and said, "Do you know Sowore?" They don't know him. Go to market women, ask them, "They know Sowore?" They don't know him. So,
but does Peter Obi not stand accused of being the same, just some online Instagram babe?
No, not at all.
Is it not just some Instagram babe?
Hold on, I'm going to explain to you. This is a man that has been before let me not just go to the time he was in charge of banks and all. He was a 2-time governor, and remember when he was the governor, he was impeached 2 times. So everybody heard about that during that time. Even in the street, everybody heard about that because we all know the policy of Anambra, how tough it is. Okay, and he became vice presidential candidate in 2019. You remember that? You remember that most of the votes that Atiku got those votes because of Peter Obi. So Peter Obi names already everywhere in the lips of everybody. So nobody knows Sowore. Let's just say the way it is.
One man, please. Can I just say,
Hold it to yourself, please.
So Brownberry, but you know, for a lot of people, Sowore and Peter Obi, they occupy the same attention space. They occupy the same demographic space within the attention space, which is essentially young and online. So a lot of people don't really consider Peter Obi as a grassroots, foot to the ground politician because the resonance of his name is essentially always online. So he's just an Instagram babe Is that
not
that's
true,
all?
one
Let
man.
me just
Not always online.
Isn't
That
he
is
just
not
Instagram babe?
So is an activist.
Right.
He's not a politician.
Right.
And secondly, who know how many elites in Nigeria know Sowore?
Okay,
Okay,
how many elites? How many elites know Sowore?
He knows him as a former Sahara reporter. He was a lead reporter.
Can I interject?
You know.
Hold
So
on. Let
we can't even compare. We can't even compare Peter Obi to Sowore. Let's not do that comparison at all.
Really?
No.
it's actually
God.
insulting
No,
to
it's
say that
insulting.
Sowore and Peter Obi are in the same bracket. How? In
But
what way?
okay,
We're talking
okay.
about
So,
a two-time governor here. You're
no,
talking about one returning from New
no,
York.
no. They all have CVs. But let's look at who they are. So they are relatively young and educated. Peter Obi and Sowore. They are left of center politicians, both of them. They are people-centric politicians. They are policy and agenda-led politicians, and they are online politicians. So that's they are. They are both Instagram babes. Are they not Instagram babes, Peter Obi and
Did Peter Obi become a governor on Instagram or Twitter?
Yeah,
Did he
become
a governor
is a
on
publisher.
Instagram or
Was a publisher of international repute.
Online publisher
of international
and
repute.
Peter Obi doesn't occupy the same space.
Oh, all right.
They don't occupy. See, right now, if Peter Obi comes out, see, do you know that they crashed the website of Labour Party? It was crashed. I'm telling you facts. I'm telling you facts. Just because of Peter Obi joined Labour Party. Do you know right now that they even have more than 5 accounts that have been getting followership, that have been faking Labour Party account, and Labour Party will be verified in the next few days to show you that the space that Peter Obi commands is no way the same with Sowore. Peter Obi is not going threatening people and insulting people. That man is playing his politics clean. And now nobody has anything to hold against him. Nobody has anything. You can't put him in jail. You can't send EFCC against him. You can't restrict him. He has cut all the loops because he knows that he's fighting the people in power. You can't give people in power a chance to bring you down. Sowore gave people in power a chance to bring him down with his Agbero style politics, which will never take him to Aso Rock. Never.
Okay. So this one that Obi is playing will lead him to Aso Rock, right?
You will watch and see.
This one will lead him to Aso Rock, right?
God bless you.
It will lead Obi to Aso Rock.
You watch and see as he will lead Obi to Aso Rock. Do you know right now?
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. That Sowore of a guy.
One at a time. Yeah.
Let me make this point. That Sowore as a guy, what Peter Obi is just seeing now, Sowore have seen it long before today. Sowore created his own party. Peter Obi never created party. Peter Obi inconsistency. He first of all joined PDP when he first went into politics. He jumped out of PDP to APGA and later now went back to PDP. And now again jumping out of PDP. Is that a person that you are seeing as a leader that you were? That a person to me is a very inconsistent person when it comes. Hold on, let me make this point. You are making all your point against Sowore.
One at a time, yeah.
Yeah, you are making your point against Sowore, and let me make my point against your Peter Obi. You see, Peter Obi has jumped out of PDP 3 times. That tells me that he's a very inconsistent person. That tells me that
we're losing you somewhat, Ajanlego.
He's not a leader to follow. He will lead people. He will lead you astray. He's not dependable leader. What Sowore have seen long time ago for him not to join these two criminal party. He didn't see it. Is it because he saw it written on the wall that is going to lose election massively? That is why he jumped out of PDP. Instead of you people to ask him questions, but you want to follow him, you want to follow this guy, you want to continue to support him, you don't want to ask his sense of judgment, you don't want to ask questions.
Hold on, Ete. Let's hear from Theobala. I think he wants to come into that conversation. Theobala, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, thank you so much, one man, everybody, and my great panelists. It's so disheartening, how will I put it, comparing Showore and Peter Obi together. They are never on the same pedestal.
Right.
Yeah, Peter Obi is far ahead of Showore. In 2019 or 2018, Showore was on the media telling the whole world that Buhari is dead. You have no facts. You are on the media telling different stories. That's just by the wayside, but I'm not against him, whatever. I just try to get political popularity.
Are you moving from that narrative, the Jubril? I thought that was your narrative, that Buhari is Jubril. Are you moving away from there?
Is he dead? Is he not alive?
I don't know. I never thought he was dead. But you've been telling us that he's dead.
One man, I like to say something.
Yeah, let's Theobala finish, and then we hear from Soli and then Xero. Yeah,
like what Ete and other great people here were saying. I left Nigeria not quite long, just last year here now. When he talk about politics, I don't think Showore is on the average mind of every Nigerian. They just see Showore as someone who is just fighting, maybe fighting someone that is not having something going his own way.
Sorry, Theobala, sorry, can I ask you a personal question?
Okay.
Are you fresh out of education? Have you just over the last 2-3 years come out of education?
When you say come out of education, I don't understand.
I mean graduated, etc. Yeah.
No.
All right, because because you know who Showore is. So
okay, fine. When you talk about that one,
so if you are a young somebody new out of the universities and you know him, so what's this thing that the students don't know him?
No, the truth of the matter, what they are trying to let you know in essence is that when it comes to issue of seriousness, an average Nigerian don't see Showore as someone that is serious. They see as someone that is fighting, trying to, people love for always going against a bad governance. But comparing him with Peter Obi, they are not on the same pedestal. And again, when he like, I don't know, during Goodluck Jonathan time, people are even holding that one against him. That he was the one championing that Goodluck Jonathan is this, is that even brought this Buhari. The aspect I just want to go inside is that comparing the two is not just fair at all.
Okay, who do you think Peter Obi is on par with within the Nigerian political space? So whose level is he at within the Nigerian? And don't say it's some superhuman that cannot. Just give us benchmarks. Where do you benchmark Peter Obi?
Peter Obi right now, I see him as one of the biggest politicians right now in Nigeria, in the sense that the people are with him. Like, I have visited Facebook this morning. What's it called? Naraland, Twitter, and all the pages. I see people using Peter Obi as their.
You always find what you're looking for online. I can tell you that.
One mess up online. It's not people that are living on air that are online.
Yeah, but you find what you are looking for now online. I can tell you a different story.
Fine. If you say I find what I'm looking for online, the same way we are talking about this thing on this place right now. If you go to maybe Edo State, for instance, maybe what's it called? ITV, other local stations, that are closer to the people. They mention this guy's name on a regular basis.
Because he's in play at the moment.
Even on radio.
As in, this guy's name is being mentioned on a regular basis. And okay, fine. Let's deviate. Let me go a little beyond.
Sorry. Before you go on, I wanted you to say somebody that Peter Obi is on par with. So you say he dwarfs Showore, but who do you parallel him with? So parallel him with somebody so that we know then that is where you are placing him.
I've already told you that as far as I'm concerned right now with the...
Is incomparable. Is incomparable. Is this
No,
it?
no. Don't put words in my mouth.
No, so give me a name now.
He's above all.
It's incomparable. It's incomparable. It's
Are
beyond comparison.
Are you waiting for him to compare him with the corrupt politicians?
Okay,
no, there has to be a name now. There has to be a name that you are benchmarking.
Okay, I'm coming. If you compare it now with TINUBU now,
Okay, so you are benchmarking him with TINUBU. Okay,
no, I'm not benchmarking with TINUBU. Is he ahead of TINUBU right now?
Okay, so benchmark, who is he on par with, or is he incomparable? If you feel it's incomparable, say is beyond comparison. You can say that.
No, everybody. At least somebody, no matter what, nobody's beyond comparison.
Okay, so benchmark him. Why am I laboring him so hard? Don't make me labor now.
He's ahead of Osinbajo.
Right. Who is he on par with?
Let me help you to answer.
No, let him answer.
He's above there. I don't know. He's above Osinbajo. He's above TINUBU right now.
No. I said, who is he on par with?
On par
with nobody. He's up there.
So is incomparable. Okay, so there it is.
Okay, before I conclude them, you know what? When you're talking about Peter Obi popularity, even when Peter Obi left Anambra State as the governor of Anambra State, he did not just stop there. He was holding seminar. He was holding talk on different occasions, and he was not just talking about fighting the government. Even before this 2023 election we are even discussing about right now, he has been in talk with Soludo and many other economists discussing the issue, talking about the next way we can move. You know, so that guy have gained a lot of popularity. He should not just be comparing it with a show already. They are not the same.
All right, that wasn't it. That wasn't even the conversation.
Your Peter Obi cannot even win Anambra State for PDP. Your Peter Obi cannot even win Anambra State for PDP. So, and you want to be championing sectional campaign here for your
one at a time.
All this sectional campaign for Peter Obi without objectivity. This is just irrational. It's irrational of you guys. Now you don't like Showore again because of Obi. Showore does not matter again.
Hold on, one at a time. But I want to move on from that.
You guys just like tribal politics.
Please now,
all right, let's move on.
We that are
never objectivity in place.
Hold on, everybody. You see, I'm always reticent to. We cannot not mention Peter Obi in politics.
Well, can you let me talk?
Yeah, I can. Sorry, let me just say this. We cannot not mention Peter Obi in politics because he's in play at the moment at the highest level. But we always struggle to have a conversation around his name because as soon as you have an opinion, you get beaten down. So I'm almost my heart skips anytime I want to mention Peter Obi because you just know you just get this avalanche of But that guy can be subject to criticism, subject to comparison, faulted and praised, just like everybody else. So you must allow it.
Okay, but please can we move on?
So
one man, please, can I just say something?
No, hold on, Tony.
Okay.
I don't know why you guys cannot just do away with this mentality of how do I say it? This mentality of blaming somebody, blaming others for your failure. When your Peter Obi does not play his politics well and he fails, and you want to blame other people for his failure, and you don't want to see anything wrong in what he did, in his poor judgment for joining PDP, a corrupt party, for paying 40 million to sustain corruption, 40 million for form to sustain corruption within the party. But when it's clear that he cannot win the election and he voted out, you don't want to hold him accountable. What is wrong with you people? Do away with this mentality of blaming blaming others for your failure. Just stop it, man.
All right. I want to. All right.
For
Sorry, Ete. I want to move away from the Peter Obi conversational space. We will still get to Peter Obi at some point, but I just want to calm the space down. I want to move away from the Peter Obi.
Okay, then let me.
When you have your own session, maybe you can.
No. Can you hold on? No. Okay. Have the final word on that space, X0. And after you, I'm going to play a video clip of Atiku going to say, all right, sir, thank you to
I just wanted, it's an advisory comment anyway. I just wanted us to look at this. Maybe we can debate on issues of the chances of each of the candidates rather than question the character of a candidate like Obi who has moved because he could not foresee himself emerging as the candidate of the PDP. There are divided opinions about that, as I can see, and I don't want to judge. I don't want to jump into conclusion about one thing or the other. Rather, I will accept the perspective of people like you, Ajani Koko, that you don't think he's stable enough. He should have stayed in one party. I respect that opinion.
No, that's not my view. I thought he had a brain fade. I thought he had a lapse in judgment, which everybody can have, a lapse in judgment.
Yeah. I respect that. But there's a large chunk of people who feel like finally he has gotten the presidential candidacy somewhat, because it's looking like he's going to clinch it with Labour Party. So you have to also understand that in some quarters they see that movement as the right movement. So I think we should stop laboring this issue, because if you look at other candidates who are vying, they don't have a brighter image than Obi. So when you ask this question of who is Obi, it makes it, it's also if you watch the comment section, it makes some people very, very pissed.
No, it's nothing personal. This is why we're inviting that people step emotions out of these things. You say we should look at policy based, but whoever looks at policy based, we play personality politics in Nigeria now. We lambast TINUBU. We call him.
We should look at the personality. We should look at the everything about Peter Obi and criticize him when he does something wrong. That's when he doesn't do anything wrong, and we're fabricating stories and
who's fabricating stories? It's a judge
that Showore and Peter Obi are the same pedestrian. It's a fabricated story.
No, but that's a subjective opinion now. That's according to how that's subjective now.
It's just like saying Atiku and Pat Otomi are in the same pedestrian. That is how
one more, you asked me to hang on, so I don't want to.
It's just opinion. You don't have to get aggressive about it. You don't have to.
It's not aggressive.
If you are sure that your candidate is who he is, you don't need to start fighting for him.
No,
nobody's fighting for him.
All right. You see, Maxiro, you see why I wanted to move from the Peter Obi space. So let's move. We'll never agree on anything. But let's then watch.
But do you know Obi has increased this popularity of this platform?
Who told you that?
I'm telling you the truth. The last time you discussed Obi issue, no, seriously,
who told you that? What are you talking about? There's only one person that increased the popularity of this platform.
I'm telling you.
And hold on, there's only one person. No,
let me stop now.
No, you can't say that now. You know, there's only one person. There's only one person. There's only one person. Peter Obi is not on the headline today now. So why are people here?
Look at
the
messages.
The people that was watching you
over is not responsible for the viewers on
hold on. Teobala, we are having probably the one of the highest viewing that we've had.
Yes.
So listen to this. Goodluck Jonathan to Nigerians, I will be your next president, whether you like it or not. DOYIN OKUPE Atiku was rigged in. So Peter Obi is not in the headline now. So it's a picture of Goodluck Jonathan alone. So what has Peter Obi got to do with
No, I'm coming.
the only person that makes this platform popular is one person, and it's Ajanle Koko, not Peter Obi, and nobody else.
Why is Ajanle Koko silent?
No, Ajani Koko is obedient. Ajani Koko is an obedient agent.
No, you can't say things like that now.
Your Peter Obi, instead of you guys to hold him accountable for taking a very wrong decision at a very wrong time, you want to, continue to follow him and support him and allow him to lead you astray. You guys should just
all right. I'll play
you just
this clip.
have to be objective and do.
One man, can I say something quickly?
So, Bido, I want to move away from there because if you say something, somebody will have to reply.
No, it's not about Peter
Obi.
Obi. It's about Dino Melaye. I can't wait to see the look on his face when Atiku loses. That's just
Atiku is not losing.
Okay,
what makes
we'll
it? Atiku is not losing. Atiku is
We
going to
will
be your
see.
next
When
president.
it gets to my own session, I'll give my own opinion. Don't worry.
All right. So that was somewhat Atiku Abubakar going to say thank you to Peter, not to Peter Obi, of course, but to Tambuwal. So because he acknowledges that Tambuwal stabbed Wike in the back to gift him that ticket, but it is quite noted that the chairman of the party was part of that party that went on that thank you visit, and it was heard in that clip the chairman of the party, a northerner, saying that Tambuwal, a northerner, is a national hero for stabbing Wike, a southerner, in the back to favor Atiku, a northerner. So a lot of people then saying that this is just a northern party. Because the chairman of the party is from the north, the chairman of the board of trustees of the PDP from the north, their presidential candidate from the north. So all of the key positions in the PDP, northern. So it's a northern party, Ete.
One man, please, can I interject 1 minute before
okay, go on.
Yeah, you see, the chairman of the party already said before the Congress that if a northerner should win that ticket, he will step down. So let's wait for Ayota Ayu to step down. So let's get that is what he said.
Yeah, but he has already done his job now. So what does it matter? When he has already done
what did he do? What did he do? It was transparent. It was a transparent process. The primary was transparent, was free and fair.
Please, can you talk, please?
It was free and fair process, and he said before the primary that he will step down if at any time that the ticket goes to the north. He said he will step down honorably, so that another zone can have the head of the party.
But Ajale Koko, him stepping down is medicine after death.
No, so I disagree with you, one man.
What consequence? When he's already installed a northerner as the party candidate?
What do you mean by installed the northerner? He didn't install the northerner.
Is the southerner going to come and reverse the process? He
didn't install. That's a wrong narrative right there, one man. He didn't install. They conducted a free and fair primary, and one among them
What
won.
led you to the conclusion that it was free and fair?
Oh yes, didn't you watch it on TV? Did you hear any rancor?
No,
did you hear anything? Hold on. Did you hear anything from Wike? Did have Wike spoken of being robbed? As Pius Science spoken about being robbed? As the governor from Ete State, the governor that never educated the people over there, is the second largest out-of-school children in the whole federation, Akwa Ibom. Has he ever complained that he's being robbed? Nobody ever.
Maybe he's not educated. Maybe he's not educated enough to know that he was robbed.
One man, please.
So it was free and fair process. One man.
Ajani Coco, there's nothing
Yes.
free and fair there.
What
The only
hijack
reason you're not hearing.
Okay. Continue your tribal this thing.
All right.
It has nothing to
Thank
do
you.
with
Please
tribe.
let him finish.
All right. But back to you, Ete.
Yeah, so the thing is virtually a northern game, and they play the game well. This one that Ajani Coco is talking about free and fair is kind of funny, because there's nothing free and fair in that PDP primaries. There's nothing free and fair. Something that even before the primaries, they've already concluded that they are giving Atiku. They've already concluded that it's going to be the one. That is why you saw them come out to say they are throwing the race open. Throwing the race open how? Is it not against the PDP constitution of not zoning? Is it not against their own constitution of not zoning? So because of them wanted it to go to Atiku, I'm 100% sure if Atiku
that's true.
If Atiku was not in PDP, they would have zoned. That's just the truth. The man has shared dollars. Everybody is fat right now, and we're talking about free and fair. There's nothing free and fair.
And Ete, do you think that is somewhat influenced by the fact that the chairman of the party is a northerner?
Yes, because we all know in the PDP constitution, once the chairman is a northerner, he's zoned to the south. That's how it has been. When the chairman is a southerner, he will zone the presidency to the north. But this time, they gave it to a northerner, which is supposed to, and the northerner became the chairman based on the zoning system still, which is supposed to be.
A question.
Yes.
Now, with this your objective view, or basically your point of view, who would you vote in this situation, TINUBU or Atiku?
I'm voting Peter Obi now. There's no doubt in that.
Okay, but I'm asking between TINUBU and Atiku, if you had to choose one.
You're not voting anyone.
If I had to choose one, then if I don't vote, there's a gun on my head.
No, just an hypothetical question. Just
okay. I will vote. I will choose TINUBU above Atiku anytime, any day.
Okay. If you are not from the Creeks, if I didn't know you were from the Creeks, I would bet on my life that you are an Oyo man. Do you know why?
Why?
Do you know why? Because you attack matters like an Ibadan man. Your approach is like an Ibadan man, like Ija sort of, street fighting. So Ija native Ibadan, but well done it. The incredulous is what is credible to it. But no, it struck me and it was Ohaneze that first highlighted the permutations in the PDP, because I never put it together to form that thought. But the board of trustees, the secretary to the party, something Jibril, the board of trustees, Mukhtar, the chairman of the party from the north, the presidential candidate from the north, and then they scheme together and then present you a presidential candidate, and they tell you step down after that. Well, of course, he's done his job now. What? In fact, the job will now become a nuisance to him, because he now wants to go and spend all the money that he got from Atiku. So he doesn't need to be chairman of anything anymore.
Let me respond to that one, man. Like what you just said, you are 100% correct. Had it been the time they opened the ticket, in short, they would have even allowed that man to resign or to just step down. Because now you are the chairman of the PDP, you've conducted the primary in favor of your northerners. Now you are going there to congratulate the man. Automatically,
and then you say you step down after that. Step down. Have you not done your job? You've done your job now. So what are you? Of course, now he doesn't need it anymore. He's done his mission. It's unbelievable, though, but a frightening situation. But thank you, Ete, for that very lively opening of the session. Let me acknowledge AI efficiency super chat, and then I want to move the conversation on to Ajanle Koko. But pardon me, AI efficiency actually super chatting to Ajanle Koko. So AI efficiency super chats to say the verbal judo being directed at Ajanle Koko means he's saying the truth. God doesn't like lies. Humans don't like the truth, and there is no middle ground. So that is somewhat arm round the shoulder to Ajanle Koko and an acerbic remark to Ete at the same time. The verbal judo being directed at Ajanle Koko means he's saying the truth. God doesn't like lies. Human beings don't like the truth, and there is no middle ground. So AI efficiency, thank you for the super chat. So we go on from you, Ete, and we go on to Ajanle Koko. And Ajanle Koko, then this permutation that DEJI ADEYANJU is inviting us to conjure with, that if we end up with a northern president in 2023, then we have nobody else to thank or blame than Osinbajo and TINUBU, who couldn't yield the space to an Igbo voice for the South to rally around an Igbo champion, and then we can push that regional narrative to force the North to seize the power. Because the South is somewhat divided, with everybody propelling their individual ambitions, and the North are picking them up they're picking them off one by one. Obi bites the dust, and they will all bite the dust alongside with Obi. So are you then in line with DEJI ADEYANJU's assertion, Ajanle Koko?
Well, the two parties have their choice of candidate as per the nomination of for their party. So whoever that they nominated as their presidential candidate is what will be out there for Nigerian people to choose from. Now that PDP have nominated Atiku, it was a free and fair contest, and it came on top. Above others is the candidate of the party. Others, contestants, a lot of them have congratulated him. So we have known him as the candidate of PDP. On the side of APC, we'll be waiting for who's going to be their candidate, and whoever come out as their candidate, or rather nominated as their candidate, yeah, that is what will take us to general election. So,
Ajanle Koko, sorry, do you feel the victory of the of Atiku in the PDP? Do you think it gives the North the free hand to make the decision on if they want to give the power to the South or not? Because if they decide to go with the Northerner in APC, heavens would not fall, and we will have a Northern president come 2023. So do you think Atiku's victory is essentially a victory to the North, and they have the decision hand over the Nigerian state?
Let me tell you one man, on the side of APC, there is no way a Northerner can be the nominee of the party. We know who is in the lead. It's TINUBU. He has played his politics well in this corrupt system and is leading in that party. If everything goes well, if the process is free and fair, nothing is stopping TINUBU from becoming the presidential candidate of that party. And when that happens, yes, we cannot say, oh, the North, this or the North or that.
But Ajanle Koko, what stops APC from giving that ticket to the North? What stops them?
What stops them is we don't have a strong candidate from the North. The strongest candidate to beat in APC is TINUBU. This is a man on his nomination form, have 12 governors already that signed his nomination form. That is he is in a very strong position. He is in a position of strength as the leading candidate in that party. I mean, leading aspirant in that party. And you can see him. When you can hear his statement when he congratulated Atiku. He said we will meet at the field. So that's a statement of confidence right there. Every figure shows that this guy is going to win it. In Kano, for example, that have over 1,700 candidates, majority of them are going to go for him because Ganduje is a man. And so, and he's going to have, he's playing the politics well, he's leading. You may not like him. He's not my candidate. I don't like him to be the president of Nigeria because I know he is corrupt. But in the corrupt system, how is he playing its politics? He's playing it very well. And he has played it well. This is what he has been played. This is what he has invested in for a long time. And now he want to reap the return of his investment. That is the way it works. So if you don't invest in this, in the process, particularly in the party, if you don't invest in it by sponsoring so many candidates prior to your own time of coming out as the presidential, coming out for your presidential aspiration, there's no way you can get anything. You're not going to get any candidate. This guy have so many governors across the country that he sponsor. He has so many senators that he has sponsored. He has so many rep he has sponsored. He has so many local government chairman he has sponsored. Those are his strengths, and that is the structure that propelled him to this leading position. Obi did not do that, and you expect Obi to be the candidate of the party.
Let's leave Obi. Let's leave Obi. Hold on. Let's abandon Obi because it always gets out of control if we go to that space. We will still go there. But what would happen, Ajanle Koko, if Mallam Buhari decides to foist Yahaya Bello on the party? Tinubu will live in a huff. A lot of people will leave. But so what? If they put Yahaya Bello up against Atiku Abubakar to insist that they want a northern president, what will happen? Nothing will happen.
If they do that, the party is going to implode and Atiku will win.
Yeah, it's still a northerner. It's still a northerner.
The race, huh?
It's still a northerner. If they say they want a northerner as the president and they decide to cover all the bets to present a wall-to-wall northerner, because the only two parties that matter are APC, PDP. The president is coming from one of the two. So if they decide to put Ahmed Lawan or Yahaya Bello on their ticket and they rig it or they enforce it, whatever they do, and Tinubu lives in anger, whatever, it doesn't matter. So they will either get a northerner of APC or a northerner of PDP, but power retains in the north. So they have that hand and nothing can stop it.
Let me tell you one man. If Tinubu leaves that party today, if they rob Tinubu and it's clear to a lot of people in that party that Tinubu is robbed, it's not only the Tinubu that's going to leave. The entire Southwest will leave, and so many of his supporters across the country, within the party, even in the north and some other part of the country will leave, and that will be the end of APC. That is clear. They could do it. They can manipulate it and impose somebody as the presidential candidate of APC. But what I know for fact is that Tinubu will not take it easy. People will not take it easy within the party, and the party will blow, and that will be the end of the party. Tinubu make it possible for for APC to get to power in 2014. He has that strength to prevent them this time around from retaining power if they rob him. That is a fact.
Can he lose under circumstances that would not be robbing? Because what we are hearing, what is sounding like is if Tinubu loses under any circumstance, people will adduce it to him being rigged out, and then they'll be trying to orchestrate against the party. So are there circumstances where Tinubu can lose in a fair fight?
Yes, the only way he could lose is if the president put his weight behind somebody like Osinbajo and call them to a roundtable discussion and said,
Or
yes.
fire me, or fire me.
No, leave fire me for a
Oh,
moment.
forget
Leave
about,
fire me. Yeah,
forget
yeah.
about,
All right. So
yeah,
carry on.
forget about
Ajani,
fire me,
yeah.
Gary. If he called them to a roundtable discussion and said, with some other leaders, Baba Konde and some others, big ways from the West, and tell them, yes, I am supporting one of you. And the person I want to support is Osinbajo, because Osinbajo has been my vice for 8 years, and I believe he can continue from where I stop. I trust him. I believe he can transform the party. I believe he can do better for this country. Look, that will put a lot of pressure on TINUBU. That is the only way that is the only man that what do you call him?
That can beat
Buhari,
Tinubu. Yeah,
Buhari
yeah.
could support that we give Tinubu a run for his money, because Osinbajo, by all standard, any way you want to look at it, being the vice president for 8 years, is well positioned for that job. He's a man that will get the ground running from day one when he entered that office. It's not going to do. There's not going to be on the job training. Anybody that is going there, if it's Tinubu, get there now. You still go through on the job training for some months before he gets himself right. Because he got to know the way the structure, everything run within that presidency and in connection to other offices that are connected to it. But Osinbajo, been there for 8 years with the president, knows how everything runs. He can set the ground running from day one. So that is the only person that could be a threat to Tinubu if the president is putting his weight behind him. But any other person, I don't see how it's going to work. But Osinbajo it could give him a run for his money, because it will put it, because they are from the same region. The leaders from the same region know both of them. They believe that both of them are capable, have the capacity, and Osinbajo, being the vice president, and the president is putting weight behind him, somehow we give Tinubu some kind of trouble, a run for his money, and it could divide the file and rank of his supporters as well, particularly from the southwest. Because Yoruba will say, let us support. He has chosen one of us, is backing one of us. We don't want this thing to slip away from our region. Let us support whoever is supporting. And Tinubu will be it will put him in a very serious disarray. That is the only person I see that could give Tinubu a run for his money.
Okay, Ajanle Koko, you said that is the only person that you can see giving Tinubu a run for his money. But let me bring you this. The duo argued that by virtue of introduction, the duo argued that this is a midway paragraph within the readout. The duo argued that by virtue of the introduction of section 137, subsections 1B and 3 of the 1999 Constitution of Nigeria as amended, the former president was no longer eligible to vie for the office of president because he had taken the oath of office on 2 previous occasions. So, of course, no prizes for guessing who I'm talking about. So that section of law, which was introduced in 2016 by Buhari, which is essentially a punitive law targeted at especially Goodluck Jonathan, but subsequently closing of that space. So that section precludes him that a person who, and this applies both to president and governor. So a president who serves by virtue of either the death or illness or retirement of his principal, a vice president who takes the oath of office of his principal in the course of the term of that principal's tenure. So he completes the term of a principal. He cannot then be president more than one other term, because even though he was not the lead on the ticket that won the election. He became president by taking oath of office for reasons that the president died and he is the vice. And then he can only then be president one more time. So that law sweeps up any chance of Goodluck Jonathan ever being Nigerian president again. So, but what they are saying now is that Goodluck Jonathan contested in 2015, and you cannot retrospectively apply this law now, which is the subsisting law as we stand now. So whatever happened in 2015, you say that this supersedes, but they've now, by virtue of a judgment procured in Bayelsa State, cleared the deck for Goodluck Jonathan to vie for the Nigerian presidency still, to be constitutionally able to. They are going to present that judgment to INEC tomorrow. Is tomorrow Sunday? Yes. They are going to Monday. They are going to present that judgment to INEC on Monday, and then shortly after to announce then that Goodluck Jonathan is the consensus candidate of the APC. So forget all the TINUBU, this, that, and the other. Your next president, Goodluck Jonathan, whether you like it or not.
Oh man, let me tell you. See, this section of law is what Femi Falana was referring to in his recent interview, and I believe the legal, our topmost legal luminary knows well about. He's a constitutional lawyer. He knows what he's talking about. The law is clear. It said the person that completed the terms of an office of another president that died or incapacitated or anything, that term will be regarded as a term, as a full term for that person. And Jonathan, in Jonathan's case, yes, he was sworn in after the death of Yaradua, and he got re-elected 2 years after, and he was sworn in as well. So he got sworn in for 2 times. The law is clear that you cannot get more than two swearing in into the office. So he has got his maximum, so he cannot come back. If he comes back, if they try to manipulate him, that Atiku is ready to be your next president, because they will take it up at the law court. They will not say anything. PDP is not going to say anything. They will wait and let him contest, and that is when the law will take its full course against Jonathan and APC.
Ajale Koko, sorry to interrupt you, but what they are presenting, they are not essentially challenging the law, but they are challenging its application to Goodluck Jonathan. Because the subsisting argument is that Goodluck Jonathan was already cleared by law to contest the presidency in 2014. And if he had won in 2015, he would have taken an oath of office for the 3rd time, which is an anomaly. So retrospectively, you cannot apply it, because if he had won that election in 2015, then he would have acted outside of this law. And the fact that he did not win the election in 2015 does not then mean that he swept up with this new law that did not apply retrospectively when the opportunity presented itself. So some convoluted legal arguments, but they got a judge in Bayelsa to give them the go-ahead.
Well, yes. Lawyers can interpret the law in different ways they like. It is when it gets to Supreme Court or to the highest court of the land, that is when we can that is where the true position of the law can be interpreted. So people are saying whatever they like now. So if APC like it, if they want to field Jonathan, let them go ahead, let them rig the process, let them impose it on the party, and let them work their way through, let them rig the election, let them make Jonathan the president, then the law will go and interpret it. But as far as I'm concerned, I know that Jonathan can never be the nominee of APC. He doesn't know anybody. He never campaigned to anybody.
Hold
How
on,
is it going to be possible?
Hold that space. So you are saying you are confident that he cannot be the person. But what is propelling him? So PDP, they've already got their candidate and they've closed their processes a long time ago. But APC's process, he has a form. Yeah, he has registered as a member. So what is propelling him to push so hard? Because he knows all these things that you're saying. He doesn't have delegates. He's not an established member. He doesn't have relationship within that party, even though a lot of PDP people are in that party. So what do you think is propelling him to be pushing so hard to be going to procure court judgments in Bayelsa and making public statements to sensitize the Nigerian space to the possibility of him running as a candidate? What do you think emboldens him in this space, other than reassurances that they will give it to him, and they can only give it to him via a consensus route? So it's almost a certainty that they are going to put up Goodluck Jonathan.
Yeah, because Jonathan is pursuing this, doing all it is doing because of his political naive, because of his political foolishness, and that was why he couldn't. He was beaten out of office in 2014 because he cannot. He is a person that cannot stand for what he believes in. It got to be pushed. It doesn't have. It's not a principled man of himself, and it just pursuing a political foolishness to me. So how do you want to become in the first place? It never happened in the history of politics anywhere, except by military rule. When you see a military junta leader transitioning from military to civilian, that is when that happened. But under democratic dispensation, for somebody not to campaign, not to solicit for vote, and for him to emerge through a fraudulent means as the head of the ticket for presidential position, I don't know where that is done. I don't think it can be done in Nigeria. People in the party are not dumb. They will resist it. The party will tear into pieces, and that's the way, open way, express way for Atiku to be president. That is the way I see it.
All right, but certainly.
But can I interject one man? Please?
Yeah, go on now, Thomas.
Yes, yeah. Ajali Koko, you are 100% right. If we want to say people will bring the narrative of Edo State, I can say almost people that vote for Obaseki, they are still aggrieved APC. They are aggrieved APC, joined with the fact with PDP. Because people will say, it happened in Edo, it happened in Edo. No, why we jettison all those parties? TINUBU, Fayemi, at all of them, and they will bring Goodluck Jonathan, and they will say TINUBU will sit down and be looking. So I'm just trying to buttress what you say. The party is gonna implode. I'm even praying that they should do that so that Atiku can come in, because TINUBU cannot go to any party and win an election. Nobody. This APC and PDP, I wouldn't even like it. They should do that so that Atiku can come in. Let's continue. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So just in this window, let me say a big welcome to the new listeners to the platform. Welcome, good to have you. We do this every single day, 9:35 p.m. UK time. We have this involved, no holds barred conversations around the Nigerian political space. It's usually high functioning with sharp minds exchanging heartfelt thoughts. So if that is your diet, then come and join us every single day. We are hustling all the way through from here to February 2023 and beyond, every single day without stop. So we're going to, hammer it hard until we hit them hard. So if you're new to the space, then click on the subscribe button. Make sure you're subscribed. And we're trying to, because we're now hustling towards 700 viewership, but we want to be averaging a minimum of 1,000 to 1,500 viewership per every session. And that is all wrapped around the like button. So if you clicked on the like button, you will really be helping the platform out. So if you like to help the platform out, click on the like button. That's the best way to do that. So Ajale Koko, let me temporarily put you in abeyance and go on to Solly, who I think is going out towards his bedtime or towards his ego smoking time, whichever one that comes first. But maybe it's done that, I don't know. But Solly, so to Solly,
Solly going back to mommy, right?
Going back to mommy. Look at that. Do you know a more mommy looking person than this guy you see on your screen? If you are thinking of mommy, this is who you think of, isn't it? The typical mommy look, mommy. So let's seek the opinions of our mommy's boy then. Sorry, I was only joking. Sorry. Yeah, the DEJI assertion then blame Osinbajo, TINUBU, Yorubas if North retains power in 2023. DEJI, and I think he has somewhat let himself be seduced by all that narrative coming from the East that the Southern region should have abandoned all their ambitions to rally behind an Eastern candidate. So he's somewhat seduced by that narrative and is hinging that narrative around the neck of Osinbajo and TINUBU to say that if the North holds power, then you blame it on Osinbajo and TINUBU propelling their ambition and not jettisoning it to favor an Eastern candidate. Do you buy that narrative, Solly?
It just sounds like a hater. It just sounds like someone that is just shouting. What is he backing up his statement with? Nothing. Just somebody. If not that it was popular, he would just be on the road shouting and nobody will even listen to him. He's not backing his statement up. I wanted to say something now, but I know they will attack me. But let's move on.
No, yeah, speak freely. I mean, so what?
No,
are you afraid?
It's behaving like somebody from the East. Just shouting out so many things, but not backing it up with any facts.
No, you should not say that. You can't say things like that now, Solly. That's
Yeah,
almost
something I noticed is the kind of a certain personality I noticed that comes from there. So,
all right, thank you, Solly. So, Solly, let me take this window. There's been super chats coming in which I've not been acknowledging, but let me acknowledge it, and I want to press you even more on the comments that you. On the DEJI comments. But this is Alexander Gomez. You opened up the Eastern space and Alexander Gomez had already commented about that. So this is Alexander Gomez, who usually interacts with the sessions via super chat. And he's super chatting to say, Obi is capable of taking the country to its right. Obi is capable of taking the country to its rightful position. He is committed, let me take that again. Obi is capable of taking the country to its rightful position. He committed political murder, so that should be suicide. So Obi capable of taking the country to its rightful position. He committed political suicide, switching parties. He is what the country needs, honestly. His wishy-washy antics is worrisome. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. The first half of that super chat I agree with. Obi is capable of taking the country to its rightful position. Of course, if you listen to Obi, he paints so beautifully how Nigeria can evolve. A faultless narrative, and he backs it up with numbers and statistics. So it's not empty words that you hear from Peter Obi. They are well thought out and well planned action plans. So Obi is certainly capable of taking the country to its rightful position. So that's the first half of Alexander's super chart. The second half, it says he committed political suicide by switching party. So that was a momentary lapse in judgment, a brain fade, and a fatal error as well, some people will suggest. So he's now scrambling around in elements called Labour Party. And then who even knows? Because people talk about political structure. Somebody came here yesterday who was a returning officer. You were here, Solly, when that returning officer came and was telling us how the electoral processes work in Nigeria. He told us that the people that are voting are elderly people and mostly women. So that demographic that Obi commands, they are not traditionally voters. They stay away from the space traditionally. And then he was also saying that where he was supervising elections, there were only 2 agents from the APC and the PDP. So that is what they call political structure. What is the reach in terms of the structure of a party like Labour to superintend a nationwide 774 local government election, for them to even have the calibration that they have? So it's just a nonsense. So it was political suicide for him to switch parties. So yeah, so that's the second half. So let me run through it and then you can interject. I knew you would. So he committed political suicide by switching parties. He's what the country needs, honestly. So that I agree with. And his wishy-washy antics are somewhat worrisome. So his wishy-washy antics worrisome, but also indicative of the inner workings of a mind. Because anybody can paint a pre-rehearsed beautiful picture, but if you are caught on the hop and you have to assert cranially with quick wit, and that is really how you know the workings of a mind. So he was caught on the hop and he made this fatal error. So do you then still go with that thought that because he paints these beautiful narratives of how to evolve the country, he has the judgment call to make critical decisions at an instantaneous moment? So a lot wrapped into that super chat by Alexander Gomez. So thank you for that. Let me sweep up the other super chats. Alexander Gomez, still the only person that seems to know the function of a super chat. He carries on. Solly, I like your disposition, likable and friendly. So yes, Solly, of course. You know, Solly looks like how I imagine Charles would look like. So I see them both in the same sort of paradigm. So thank you for that super chat, which is somewhat a nod to Solly. So and this finally from Adebisi Adedoyin. One man, activate the like button. So yes, activate the like button. If you guys notice, so thank you for the super chat, gentlemen, or I don't know if you are a gentleman at ABC, but I use gentlemen as a gender neutral or gentle persons. This is the political correct language that they say we must be speaking now. So we are resetting the like button to 200 likes. So with this session now, we are looking to hit a 200 like level. So if you can take us there quickly, guys, much appreciated. I'm sure you are all seeing the impact of the like buttons. You are all seeing it on your screen. So more of that, please. So in CBD, of course, we want to disagree with everything said about Beta Obi in CBD.
Not in CBD anyway.
Oh yeah, no, yes, it is. Sorry, apologies. Yeah.
Yeah. So see, the structure Peter Obi has is the youth. Now you said that there's somebody that came yesterday to talk about the voting demography of Nigeria, and he said mostly old people that vote.
Yeah.
Now, if you check the voting turnout from 1999 to date, you will notice a sharp decline. That is, most of all this demography you're talking about, they are dying. Most of them are dying. Now, the only people that are not voting, like that guy, like the person that spoke yesterday said, and rightly so, is the youth. Now they've seen a candidate. They've seen a candidate that they can not only relate to, but they love, and they see a credibility. You even see people telling you that even if
sorry, Ete, you said not to compare Peter Obi with Showore, but all of these things we saw with Showore in 2019.
No, you didn't see anything with Showore. I was in Nigeria in 2019.
All right.
I voted in 2019. Nobody knew Showore. I didn't know Showore. And the only thing I knew that if there's somebody that was sounding like Fela, the only thing that he was not a musician. Finish. Nobody knows. I don't know where this narrative is coming from. Nobody knows Showore. Nobody knows Showore. My sister was still even in the university. She doesn't even regard. They don't even regard.
Where is the university?
She's in OAU.
And they didn't know Showore in OAU. They don't know Showore in
Southwest. No,
look at this
in the
guy.
Southwest universities, they don't regard Showore as somebody serious.
Okay.
And in the other universities in the other part of Nigeria, they don't even know him at all. These are facts.
Okay. All right.
He doesn't command any space. Nobody
right.
should say he commands any space.
One more, please, sir. Can I just interject now? It's an opportunity again.
All right. So sorry. Let's hear from Tony. Yeah. Sorry, Tony. Yeah, you wanted to come in. Let's hear from Tony, and then we get back to Solly. Yes, Tony.
Okay,
to
thank
you.
you, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir. So, if somebody is, among the student community, first of all, is well known in Lagos University, the University of Benin, and then you're also talking about OAU now. There are which other universities that are more, are so important in Nigeria when it comes to radicality. So, Showore is more popular. Hold on. Let me speak now.
That's important from 30.
Hold on. We have to be judging by the past demonstrations or whatever, riot or whatever you may call it.
Is it not almost the same amount of
can against Babangida or whoever? So let me just talk now. Let me. You have been talking since. You're not the only one in this platform.
Take it easy. Yeah, carry on, Tony. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So the fact remains that Showore is more popular politically in Nigeria, as than Peter Obi, from time immemorial. You know what I'm saying? So being a governor doesn't make a difference. It's not a governor that they want to break his roof to pick up that day. So Showore have been on the limelight, even the Take It Back movement or whatever. I mean, if people in the southeast, most of them is very, very popular. It's among the southeasterners. My God, we all know that Showore how to live all this comfort, in Europe or whatever, and then to come back home to come and fight for us. So that's it. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. So it just no. Well, you can respond, but we'll never leave this space.
No, we'll leave the space.
But the one thing we are noticing is that the passion that you have for Peter Obi is not as widely shared as you may think it is. And just from this platform alone, small or big as we are, from a temperature of this platform, it already tells you that, because a good percentage of the people that come on screen, they don't see this narrative that you paint. They don't see this popularity. They don't see this person that you're talking about, but you see it. So it's not as universal or wide sweeping as you may think.
There's no young person that doesn't know Obi right now. No young person, especially in the southern part of Nigeria. There's no how you want to paint it. There's no young person that doesn't know Obi. There's no young person that is not ready to vote for Obi. It shows that the voters' sensitization right now is higher than ever. It's not like before. Before we used to say vote doesn't count, those things are slowly dying out. People are knowing that vote counts now. People are getting interested in politics. See, the thing that people are saying that I find somehow disheartening, when you say that there's no structure. Which structure? Is the structure not people? We have 80 more than is it close to 90 million registered voters, and we have is it 29 million voting, to show you that
there's no structure in Labour Party.
See, forget about structure in Labour Party.
Forget about structure in politics.
See, right now the structure is being written. Right now,
you win. Go and prepare
I win now. It's not about I win. We're having a conversation.
No, it's presenting a position. Yeah. Let it finish and then you come in.
So the thing is, people are flocking right now into Labour Party. The structure is being built right now. People wants to have party cards. People are clamoring for party cards. They are even asking them that they need
Where is this clamor taking place?
The clamor is taking place everywhere.
You and your superlatives.
Now. You see when I say something, you scrutinize it. But somebody will come here and say that Showore is known in the southeast. Who knows Showore in Abakaliki now? I don't know. But you believe that fallacy. You know. But when I say mine, you scrutinize.
Well, because you speak in hyperboles and superlatives. Yeah.
so the thing is, when you go online right now, everybody's obedient online. Everybody's obedient online. Is the trending topic? Do you know that they've tried several times to suppress Obi's hashtag, but it keeps on coming every day? Several times they try to suppress it. Do you know that different stations try to do polls because they know when they did their polls, Obi won landslide, and because of they didn't want to offend their overlords, which are paying them the dollars. They brought it down. He's the only person that is not sharing money and is having popularity.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Ete. So I want to leave that Peter Obi space, but I'll take a word from Charles, and then I must leave that space because we never really loop around in circles with the Peter Obi narrative. But let's just loop one more time with Charles, and then we'll move on. Yeah.
You see, last time I told one man the North is powerful than South. One more time, I'm joking. This just shows what I'm saying. The more powerful, then I say that. Could not realize the South a big joker. The South is for the evil. See, the Yorubas cause a problem. You see, the North laughing at the Yorubas, laughing at you guys. Why not? You know why? They laughing at you guys because you just support the evil. That's where the North is more powerful than the South. Could not realize the South feel big jokers. They don't support each other. Look how you get here attacking Peter B. You see, that's a problem. You're attacking him personally. That's where the North is more powerful than the South. I should say that that's one more time. I'm joking. You see, the truth. Everything I say comes to pass.
All right. Thank you. Thank you,
right.
Prophet Charles. Prophet Charles. Thank you, Prophet Charles. So from Prophet
Even
Charles
engineer will agree with me. Even engineer will agree with what I'm saying.
Engineer agrees with you.
Yeah, greetings, woman.
Yes. Go on. Charles is telling us that you agree with him in whatever it is that he just said.
Agree with him.
Yes. No, but you do agree with him because what he is saying is that the North, they always have the advantage over the South because they politic better. And you have already told us this, but we like to go around in all this intellectual crickum. But really, what's playing out now is not intellectual crickum. It's politics, and the North always wins. You know, it's like Game of Thrones, isn't it? The North always wins, you know.
The thing is, woman, greetings, my brothers. What you understand here, woman, is the North, they know how to play the mindset of the Igbos and the Yorubas. And they study them properly, and they know how to chip into their territory and how to bring manipulation, confusion, and unfortunately the Yorubas and the Igbo, they dance to their tune. And this is the issue, the basic issue that we're having in that country. When you come down to now, what we'll be expecting now is to see APC primary result. And if you could remember, I said this, was it yesterday or day before yesterday? So I said to you clearly that these people will use Jonathan. They will use him as a weapon, and if they use him, at the end of the day, Jonathan, they will just drop him, and they will slot in Atiku. The reason why I said so, one man, that was 2 days ago, and you can see now what Jonathan is coming out publicly, and he's saying it that whether we like it or not, he will be the president. So something is behind closed door that is taking place.
Where did he say that, sir?
I believe if you go from the beginning, if one man can put the page of what before he started the news, before he started reading the platform, you should see it yourself clearly.
Where did that one? Are you just going to go with what one man pasted there? We have to see. I mean, one man has to bring to us where he said that. You can't just follow that and say.
So then you have to speak to one man. Don't speak to me. Does that make sense?
No, you have to speak to the facts.
That's the fact. I'm telling you. I said this thing 2 days ago, and this is what is coming out.
All right.
So
It looks as though, however we square it, the North always wins. They told us in Game of Thrones, the North
one man,
always wins.
let's just face the reality. We shouldn't be beating around the bush here. You understand? And look, what these people are trying to play, they're trying to play smart game. They're trying to play checkmate. Because at the end of the day, I'm telling you, if TINUBU come out primary, Jonathan, and maybe Osinbajo and other people, what these people they end up doing, they will rig it, and they will clearly say, "Oh, Jonathan won TINUBU with 2 or 1%." So this is how they push Jonathan in.
Engineer.
Hold on. Let him land. Sorry, Thomas.
And when it comes to reality, Jonathan himself, he knew that he's not going to go nowhere. And this is how the game is going to take place. And that's how they will slot in and play their games. If people don't know what is politics, please go and study politics. You know what politics means. Because it's a dirty game. These people don't value humans. They will do anything to slot in their brother. And the game is just beginning now. Let's watch and see what's going to happen. That's just the truth.
All right, thank you. So I'll only take a very brief interjection from you, Thomas, because I must go back to Solly and then keep the session back on stream. So a quick intervention from
no worries. I just want to say what engineer has been telling us. If we don't do that, we'll still be in until the Yorubas and Igbo come together. These people will keep on playing us. That's what I want to say.
Yes, but we all know that, but it's a near impossibility for the Yorubas and Igbos to come together. You know what the sticking point is between the Yorubas? This is from my own point of view. This is not categorical, but this is how I see that space. I think the Yorubas and Igbos, they are equal measures, sort of similar type people, deep in culture, long in history, confident in their being, and seeing themselves above everyone else. The Yoruba man thinks he's superior to every person. The Igbo man thinks he's superior to every person. So who's going to yield space in that synergizing? Who is going to, because there's no relationship of equal. One person will must necessarily have an upper hand. So would the Yorubas, with the Igbos come under the umbrellas of the Yorubas? They would never. And certainly the Yorubas would not go under the umbrellas of the Igbos. So there will always be a niggle because they're so similar, both in weight, in culture, in intellect, so and in confidence in their personage as a culture and a people.
One man, do you know what make me say that? Can you imagine Tambuwal step down for Atiku? Why can't we see the same line? Why can't Saraki step down for Wike or Wike step down for Atiku?
Why would Saraki is a northerner? Why would he step down for Wike?
Saraki is still from Yoruba. Let's remove that. Saraki
is from Mali. Hold on. Saraki is from no. Let's clear up this space. Saraki is neither a Yoruba man nor even a Nigerian. Saraki is from Mali. He's from Mali. His grandfather is a migrant from Mali, who then birthed his father within Nigerian shores, and his father ended up marrying a Yoruba woman. Because it's not Bobrisky, so it's a woman, not a man. So Saraki is a, and who is a Mali other than the Fulanis? Well, Saraki is a Fulani man from Mali. He's not even a Nigerian. So forget any Yoruba something.
Let's remove Saraki. What I'm saying now is, to buttress what I said earlier on and what your engineer has been preaching for us here. These PDP primaries that just gone now, why can't the Southerner come together and rally this and struggle this power?
There was never any Southern weight in the PDP for that to happen. Nobody of any relevance from the South in PDP, apart from Wike and Obi. Obi left. So there was only really Wike and nobody else. That was why they were able to gather and beat him up. There was no southern. Oh, is there a Yoruba man in PDP? There's not one single Yoruba name. But Solly, address that space that Thomas just opened up. You wanted a southern coalition within the PDP, but then when you look at the field, there's no real southerner. Only if you remove Wike, then it's a south free zone, the PDP. So then it explains then how easily Atiku would just slap him around and send him to the back. Solly.
So these are the things that I think even Peter Obi saw. You know, we're talking about, okay, Fulani, oh, nepotism, blah, blah, blah. You know, and in the party that you are in, you can see it being very glaring. You know, maybe he saw it before, but he didn't see it up to this extent, like, you know, just the way it was, because they did it in front of everybody's face. You know, they don't care. So maybe that's why Peter Obi ran away, because probably his principles doesn't align up to that point with it. Because is that not what we're trying to run away from? You know, so let PDP do their own thing. It doesn't cook on me. You know, they don't see the destruction that is ahead. Because if they lose this election, it's the end of PDP. This is the end.
But one man, sorry, one man. We have 9 Southerners in that race. Do you agree with me?
All right, name
but
them.
But can these 9 come together and struggle?
Name them. Hold on. Name them. Since you've now gone to name them.
Yes, there are 9. I don't know their name. I go through the list. You can check yourself. There are 9 Southerners in that race.
Why can't they what?
Why can't these 9 Southerners in PDP primaries struggle the power from the north?
All right. Okay. So since you want us to go there, let's just go there. Okay. So there's Dele Mamadou. Of what relevant? There's Udom Emmanuel. He got 38 votes. So if you can mute yourself, Thomas. There's Ayem Pius Ayem. He got 14 votes. So he's a southerner. There's Udom Emmanuel. He got 38 votes. He's a southerner. So if you add the two together, what does that give you? That gives you around about 52. Excuse my math if I got that wrong, but that gives you around about 52 votes. So that's the southern strength within the space. And then there's Dele Momodu, 0. Ayo Fayose, 0. Charles Ugu, 0. Chikwendu Kalu, 0. Tarela Diane, 0. Sam Ahubanwa, 1-1. You know, so there's no, so forget the 9 names. There is no southerner in the PDP apart from Wike, and that was why it was such an easy kill for Atiku. So let's look at the northern names. Then you see that it's just overwhelmed by, you have Saraki, who is of a weight enough to even carry a presidential ticket himself. You have Atiku, and then you have Tambuwal, who fought Atiku to a close race in 2019. So really, if you remove Wike, there is no southerner in the PDP, and that is why that was why it was such an easy kill for Atiku. But sorry, what are you making of that? Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to ask. Okay. Are you saying that Saraki cannot be a Nigerian through his mother?
No, we are not Ghana. Ghana operates a matriarchy. Remember when they had a Scottish man as their president and they told us they're a matriarchal society? We're a patriarchal society. So how can it be? No, you can go to Mali now.
It's not about patriarchy. I think it's citizenship. I think you can call him Malian, but I think at the end of the day, he's also a Nigerian. You know?
No, I don't know about that.
Saraki name is which tribe is the word Saraki from?
Yeah, it's not a Nigerian name, is it really?
No, but they gave him when he was governor. I think they made him they gave him some Fulani title as the Fulani custodian of Kwara, something like that.
There you are.
I can't remember exactly what it is, but they gave him a title of that is the Fulani Emirates or something like that. Just Google, you'll find it. So I think probably his father might be a Fulani man.
What do you mean probably? His father, what? It's from Mali. Mali. Who they're from? Okay.
Well,
Go and
Mali
check
has
it.
several
Yeah.
tribes. They have the is it the Dagon or what? And they have the Fulani. They have several
Dogon.
tribes.
Yeah.
So
So
nobody knows the tribe.
Malians are enjoying Nigerian wealth then.
Well, Mauritanians too. Akim Baba Ahmed is from Mauritania. The only person of relevance, the only person in the only Nigerian is not of relevance in Nigerian politics. Buhari is from Niger Republic, but that we leave that to one side. But back to you, Soli.
I agree with what you say on Atiku. You know, I don't have any arguments there. Can we go on to the next topic, please?
All right, thank you, Soli. So Soli, let me take you then to the space. Peter Obi and Pat Utomi, they are having their convention for this Labour Party now that is now a paradigm that we have to conjure with now. Once upon a time, nobody even knew there was a Labour Party, but we are now conjuring with it. So Peter Obi, Pat Utomi, they are having their convention of their party, the Labour Party, and inviting other disgruntled elements within the Nigerian political space to come and form a mass to form a third force. But then there's also other parties that are inviting equally those disgruntled elements to come and join them. And that party is being arrow-headed by the Kwakwanso and by Kwakwanso and Shekarau. So disenfranchised within the Nigerian political paradigm, where do they birth their disenfranchisement? Is it with Peter Obi and his paddy man Pat Utomi, or is it with Kwakwanso and his body man Shekarau? So now the Committee of the Damned, they are trying to form Nigerian Politics Division 2. What are you then making then of Peter Obi's narrative? Sorry.
I feel like they are going to be disappointed. You know, see, this is where somebody like Tinubu beats them. You know, because Tinubu was able to gather disgruntled people and actually form the party before all these kind of primaries and last minute things. Now you can't join together to form a coalition like one party. It's too late for that. You know, they are just all
Is
going
it
to be
not too early
disappointed.
to say Tinubu beat
Didn't
someone?
APC do the same thing?
No.
Did APC do the same thing?
That's and that's the example I gave when they formed APC. I'm not talking about now. Okay, now can you join the two parties together to form one party? It's too late. You know,
They
so
can form
that's
a
why.
coalition.
Okay, and how is that going to work?
It's going to work
They're not.
because of the Northwest is
No. How are they going to present their candidates? You have to
No,
have you have to back party, right?
solely. They are not forming a new party. They are going to, like
Exactly.
you
So
said,
they're
they
not
are
going
going
to
to form
be
a coalition. No,
okay, but
all the parties are going to present just one candidate for the presidency. That's what they're going
can
to
they
do.
do that?
Of course,
One
you
man,
can.
can they form a coalition?
I think they can. You know, there's nothing
Okay,
that
then
prevents
that's
them
it.
from.
If they are
I
not
don't know
doing that,
categorically, but I think they can. Yeah.
okay, if they are not doing that,
They
then they are
cannot
going to be
form one party anymore,
disappointed.
but they can form a coalition.
Okay, if they don't form a coalition, then it's not going to work. They are going to be disappointed because they should have one mission, and this is where Tinubu beats them because somebody like Tinubu would have known they need coalition and formed it sharply, you know. But these ones are going to be wasting time and still battling for this ground. To imagine still battling for this ground, it's something that you're supposed to form unity and but you just look at it. They are politically weak, unfortunately.
All right, thank you, Solly. So Solly, then that celebration, the clip that we saw, Atiku going to say thank you to Tambuwal for stabbing Wike in the back and gifting him the PDP ticket. But amongst the thank you party were the usual suspects, Dino Melaye, of course, who is always there for the comedy factor. But then, notably, the chairman of the party, Ayoche Ayu, he was also there. But the video then captured the clip captured him saying, "Thank you to Tambuwal. You are a national hero." So does that speak to the impartiality or lack thereof of Ayucha Ayu saying thank you to Tambuwal for stabbing Wike in the back and gifting his fellow northerner the PDP presidential ticket? Does that expose somewhat the bias that people thought was implicit in having? Yes, you know where I'm going. So to that.
Yeah, I don't see it as bias anyway. Yes, it's just northerners thinking that they are outsmarting people as usual because they are smarter than everybody. You know, they are so into themselves, still passing all this. They don't know the game that is going on. Buhari is just sitting down there and just watching them do their performance arts. When they are done, the presidency will still go back to APC. You know, look at all they are worried about the wrong things, still playing games with people's heads in party that is already crumbled or crumbling. Let's just say crumbling for now. You know, still playing silly like children. You know, disappointment is going to wash on their face. Look at what they are doing. You know, I just feel sorry for them because it's all going to, you know, they are just going to look back on it and realize how childish and how, you know, they are going to look back on their mistakes. And, you know, after APC gets back the presidency, they will battle and battle and battle. And, you know, while they are battling, the party will just start disintegrating. You know, everybody will start running back to APC.
All right. And then you'll get your Yoruba Nation, Abi.
One way or the other. We'll still get to that topic.
All right. One day we'll have to dedicate a session to Yoruba Nation and Biafra Nation. But when we do that, we're not going to do it in the hey, who, Obi. We're not going to do it in the Obi Kerere angle. We're going to do it on a detailed, structured, how it can happen sort of angle. So no thumping or chanting. So we're going to do a structured analysis or permutation on the ethnic nations and how they can come about. So we do that, but not the.
You know that one is gonna happen if they become president. Nigeria gonna be. You know that's gonna happen. What you just said, it's gonna happen if Atiku become president. Bet me.
No, if Tinubu becomes president, then the Yoruba nation idea will be put in abeyance. It will they're not going to. The Yorubas are not going to be shouting Yoruba nation if Tinubu was president. That would be stupid, would it not?
No. Well, I mean Atiku.
We will wait for the 8 years, and then when the Mallams come back, then we'll start to fight again. But if Tinubu does not become president, then we'll get Yoruba nation within 12 months.
And I want to fight not the same thing in APC did to PDP.
Very ridiculous, one man.
Look, Charles. If you read Irene's comments, this is what I keep saying to you. She's saying she can't hear you, and I'm always asking you to speak up.
I see a plan with the Yoruba thing you play, but I'm not. I see it in picture.
No, everybody is being played by the North, you know.
You're beginning to be played the most. I've seen it.
How are the Yorubas being played by the most?
Watch and see.
No, don't worry about all that. You have to look, Charles, man. You have to leave this Yoruba hating space. The Yorubas were president of Nigeria for 8 years, vice president of Nigeria for 4 years, which is 16 years already. The only caveat was the Goodluck Jonathan hiatus. So I don't think the Yorubas are screaming that they are marginalized. The whole of Buhari administration subsumed with Yoruba ministers. So I don't think any Yoruba man can, in all honesty. So forget all these things
is what people be.
All right, let me just move on, man, Charles. I've tried to encourage you out of that space, but I don't think
I'm just speaking what Ejine is saying. Ejine is saying the truth. So you don't change the line to Ejine. He's saying the truth.
What's that? What's saying the truth?
Ejine said that the South is weak. That's what Ejine keeps saying.
Look. Oh, Charles, you tell us the South is weak every day. So I've asked you to evolve your conversation beyond that space, and you must do that. You know, I enjoy your company.
I do.
But you can't mantra chant.
Can I chip in, please?
Okay, go on, engineer.
Charles, you always said Igbos are marginalized. But something you need to understand here is the Igbo are well educated than the Northerners. But how comes, with all the educational levels, still the Northerners are controlling the territory? So it's something that we should be mindful of what we say at times. I must be honest to you. Because if you look, in Igbo land, we still have some part of Igbos that they don't agree to themselves. But if you go to the northern side, they always agree to themselves. So sometimes you have to weigh things and see how things work. Or if you keep saying Igbos are this and this and that, all of us, we are all Nigerians. The pain is passing to everyone. So please, just be very, very mindful at times what you said. I must be honest to you. You're a brother to me. I will tell you the truth.
I
So
know,
just,
but Nigeria don't hear it to export Nigeria. That's what we're feeling.
All right, all right, thank you, Charles. So let's get back to Solly. So, thank you, Charles. I do enjoy you. You know, I love you, but
I love you too.
I want you to go beyond saying the same things all the time. So you can have a talking point, but evolve it into advance it more in narrative. So, because if you don't advance it in narrative, then it's just mantra chanting, and you don't want to mantra chant, do you? But let's get back to Solly, who was telling us about whatever he was telling us. So, Solly, back to you.
I can't even remember the topic anymore.
Oh no, you were speaking about the visit of Atiku to Tambuwal to say thank you, which is somewhat shafting. Thank you for shafting Wike in the back. Yeah.
You know, they can't even wait till they get home to, you know, is that arrogance, that confidence. They really think that, okay, like APC is going to play fair just because they played fair to hand over power. They really think APC is going to play fair. You know, that's ignorance mixed with arrogance. Well, I'm already president. Okay, go and take it now. APC that was already thinking of one party system before. You know, ignorance mixed with arrogance. But you know, let's move on to the next topic. That's my summary on it.
All right, thank you, Solly. So, sorry, let me go on from you to Brownberry.
One man, you didn't ask me everything now. You didn't ask me about.
I've asked you. Okay,
no, you said Goodluck Jonathan to Nigerians. I'll be your
okay.
Solly.
Go to that. Go to that.
Sorry,
and give
one
us
man.
Yeah.
Solly.
Because that's why I actually came.
Yeah.
Solly, try to on heater in your room, eh?
He's saving his money for Igbo now. It's
on heater.
It makes my nose running. It makes my nose running.
On heater.
I switch on the heater when I want to go and sleep.
No, don't sleep with heater on, please, 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 and please.
It keeps me warm.
Don't do that, because
it's killing my brother. Don't sleep with heater on.
Something that will weaken your chest.
No. It's not good. It's not good.
I mean, that's how I used to do it, though. Okay, anyway.
You know, during the winter, you know what I do? I warm the room up. Sometimes I have the heater on, but then I have the fan on as well, because I'm one of those people that cannot sleep without fan. You know, no matter how cold it is, the fan must be on. But there it is, yeah. But yes, you go to Jonathan, Solly.
Yes. So you know, like this is why you know, APC, they are very smart.
That is why you're always drinking hot water, one man.
No, I'm always drinking cold water, you know.
Every time. Every time you'll be shouting, pardon me, because of fire and cold.
Look at this guy. Are you monitoring me? Are you FBI? Are you DSS?
So that's why I like it. No, I won't say I like APC, but I've been watching APC since the beginning of their formation. You know, so this Goodluck Jonathan thing is a kind of way of saying, since you people in the Southwest can't unite and bring a candidate. One man, remember this strategy that I always say, that the only way to unite Nigerians is if we go to Nigeria and we all have one enemy. Maybe the country will come united, you know. Maybe we go to Nigeria and take all their resources, you know, and you know, because we can take over Nigeria in like a few months, or if we want everything that they have, you know. But so this is the strategy that I think that Buhari is using on them. Obviously, we know that Goodluck Jonathan cannot be president. There are so many things, even legally, going against him. But it's like, since you boys can't, or let me not say boys, since you guys can't agree to bring one candidate, I'll bring somebody that you people that all of you will go against and say it's better for us to bring one candidate than for them to give this Jonathan, because we know it's APC regime. They can force this Jonathan on us. So it's a way for them to quickly come up with, this is what I believe, come up with a single candidate and say, okay, this is the candidate that we are going to support. I don't think it's going to be TINUBU, because everybody's afraid of TINUBU, They are all scared of what's this guy going to do. And let's look at Buhari. How was Buhari taken out of power before? By Babangida. Once they took him out of power, that created this psychological event of when he came back into power, he put people in the north in security positions as heads. Not because he is a nepotism or, his northern agenda or whatever. It was his fear from previous, when he was military head of state.
I agree with that.
So I don't think it's also about nepotism, because he has so many different tribes in high positions. If it was fully about nepotism, then it would be all northern positions every single way, every single place. So now, what happened when he left and he was removed by Babangida? They put him in one place and they stole all his looted property, all his money, they stole it. Every single one of them scrambled for it. So if he's leaving office, you think he wants a repetition of that? No, he's going to put somebody that he trusts, somebody that once he leaves that office, they cannot investigate him. You think you dare allow PDP to come back? So they will take all that he has gotten.
And Jonathan is that person? Is Jonathan that person?
That's what I'm saying. He's going to force the Southwest governors to pick one candidate. So what are they going to do? If TINUBU says he's not going to agree, they'll just send the FCC to him now for one day. Baba, because he doesn't want to lose all his wealth. Baba will sit down and say, okay, sorry, check out candidates, you will bring the full force of Lagos and all the Zagberus. What are you going to do? The current sitting power, they have the support of INEC. What are you going to do? That's why I keep on saying maybe it's going to be somebody like Fayemi or maybe Osinbajo, because Fayemi is the first person. He was the first person since Buhari started this thing. Was the first supporter since Buhari started all these things. He was the first person to support him. The governors forum. So he's going to gather all these governors. But anyway,
you don't want to. You don't want to say Uncle Fayemi, so we don't know your relationship with him, Abi. Is it not a personal? Okay. Is it not a personal? Okay. Is it not a family?
No.
Are you not blood related?
I'm backing it up. So this is the agenda. This is APC we are talking about. I saw when they started this party. I saw the strategy. These people they are smart. They understand human beings. They understand human beings. This is a party that came and brought so many different tribes, and all of them went straight for one agenda without any complaints, fights, or anything. This was a Nigerian party. So they are still playing nepotism in PDP, the order of yesterday, but let them keep on scrambling. Power is not going to PDP. Maybe if they do coalition with Labour Party and this thing, that's the competition I see. To me, PDP is over. PDP is over. We're only talking about them because they were the last government.
Sorry, they are already planning a coalition of 9 parties coming together.
But
is that not ridiculous? How do you coordinate that? 9 parties coming together.
It will be coordinated. Don't worry about that, one man. Don't worry about that. When Peter Obi becomes the next president, I will be here.
Of where?
To celebrate with
no. You of where now? Is it the Rotary Club? Are you still dreaming? Are you still dreaming?
He go shock una.
Are you still dreaming? Are you still dreaming?
So I don't think they're ever going to do a consensus. That thing was really, to me, a threat. It's going to go to primaries. That's
if Peter Obi gets if Peter Obi gets over 250,000 votes, I will class that as a success for him, because I'm seeing him. I think he will better Sowore, no doubt, and I think he can get 6-figure votes But at what level 6 figures would you think he will get? Because the politics will be so tight, they will not allow him any votes. So if he gets 300,000 votes thereabout to half a million, then that'll be a categorical success
One
for
man,
him.
nothing. Let's see. He's not even going to get less than 12 million. You're going to see it.
From where?
Less than 12 million. You're going
One
to
man,
see
do you know that if the 1 million man match, do you know that the 1 million man match that they
12
did?
million?
Do you know the 1 million man match they did that they recorded 7 million people that came out for that?
What? Don't do that now. See, people, we monitored it here. We monitored it here now.
And they keep on wondering why.
Hold on. No, come on. You see, I know you are trolling. You
One
are
man,
trolling.
unless
We
you're telling me that these
monitored it
people
here
are
now.
lying.
Who is lying?
That is their record, and there's no. I have no
In
reason to
CBD, state by state, we monitored that 1 million man march here. The largest
one man,
party was about 20 people. What are you talking about?
No, you didn't monitor. What you monitored is the people
One
that
man,
took
20
camera.
people can.
Yes.
It's a lie, one man. One man, you're not on ground. The people that
I saw it in Jos. I saw it in Anambra. It had no real presence in Yoruba.
All the way from England, you saw this thing, one man. How did you see all this?
I have a question. If Jonathan actually doesn't win this, let's say they do primaries or whatever, he still gets to stay in APC, right?
Yeah, he's a member. He's a registered. He'll probably he will retire from politics, of course. That would be
no. What I'm trying to point out is that when they now finally choose their true candidate, and if APC wins, Jonathan will be in the winning party. It favors him.
How
without
so?
doing anything.
How so?
It would have been better it's better than him being in PDP. If APC is going to win, maybe that's why Jonathan agreed to come to this ploy, because he'll be in the winning party by the time they end all this.
Yeah, but what does that mean? What does that get him?
I don't know.
So all right, thank you, Solly. You don't know. That is the summation of Solly's contribution for the last half an hour. I don't know. But one thing you do know that I somewhat agree with you, Solly. You see that paranoia that Buhari had about how he was kicked out of office by Babangida. I think that played a lot in his Fulanization something. I don't think it was necessarily deep-seated in ethnicity, but more deeper seated in trust. So he needed to surround himself with people that he can trust, which ultimately is usually your own kind. And that was what he did, because he was determined to complete a 4-year time to solidify his name within the Nigerian annals. And he just reached to people that were most comfortable with him. They saw that he was a dunce and they manipulated him and used him to rip Nigeria off. But I don't think it was really a lot of it Fulanization, but I think that more so because I've always thought what you just expressed there. So yes, a lot of that I share as a thought as well.
Yeah. So if you just watch the history, of these guys, especially the way back, and because it's somebody like Babangida that removed him. Babangida, if you hear the strategies that he used to do so many of his things, you'll be like, this guy just manipulated people's trusts, and they will never forget. So somebody that you manipulated his trusts, this guy now becomes president. He's just history repeating himself again.
A lot of what you said is solid that I'm agreeing with is wrapped up in the Sambo Dasuki narrative, because a lot of the received wisdom is that when they kicked Buhari out of office as a military dictator, before now a civilian dictator, when they kicked him out of office as a military dictator, the person that they used to go and effect his personal arrest was Sambo Dasuki. So he has always borne a grudge, primarily against Babangida and really against all of the accoutrement of his space. So when he became president, it would have been too obvious and too messy for him to launch at Babangida rather. So when he launched at Sambo Dasuki, he was essentially signaling to Babangida that I am launching at you. And that was why Babangida recoiled somewhat throughout this administration, not making any public utterances and just counting his loot that he stole from Nigeria. So a lot of because Buhari is a man that holds a grudge. He's a man that holds a grudge, so you know what it's like.
So this is, but anyway, we'll see. Just a few more days. I think we have 6 or 7 more days. So we'll see how it plays out. APC is very good at making you look this way while everything turns around and comes the other way. They will make you so guaranteed, so sure of your analysis. Look at the people that are inside now. So, just get ready for the game. While PDP is dancing, Jacob Jokomo. So, anyway, we'll see how it plays out.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you,
so
sir.
one man, can I go next, please? I have something to attend
to. Brownberry wants to go next. Let me go with Brownberry next. Only because he's been saying in the private chat that that he's been here for so long. But so Brownberry, are you still there?
I'm still here.
All right, brilliant. Always a delight to be in your company, Brownberry. Brownberry, you know the talking points. But let me take you to this space that we've not really explored that much. It's if this person speaks about Nigerian politics, then you listen, only because he's been satiated and marinated and soaked deep in Nigerian politics for 4 decades. DOYIN OKUPE I'm talking about is saying Atiku's victory concluded 24 hours before delegate elections. So this is what DOYIN OKUPE is saying. And DOYIN OKUPE is saying, let me actually give you the feel of it. It's just a short read. DOYIN OKUPE, a former aide to ex-President Goodluck Jonathan, has revealed how Atiku Abubakar's victory was concluded before the People's Democratic Party PDP presidential elections. Atiku on Saturday defeated Wike Saraki Udom and others to emerge the flag bearer. Reacting to this on Twitter, OKUPE wrote, Atiku's victory and the supremacy of the North. Atiku won the PDP presidential primaries on Saturday, the 28th of May, 2022, but the assurance of the victory was concluded some 24 hours before the delegates' elections. The main challenger, Yemson Wike, had nearly overrun the whole country with massive deployment of resources and had actually overtaken the Crown Prince himself. Prior to the advent of the primaries, the North had taken a preemptive strike by installing a loyalist as the national chairman with the ready acquiescence of PDP southern leaders who believed naively that with that arrangement in place, a southern presidential candidate was a certainty. The only job of the national chairman was to cause a flagrant violation of the PDP constitution and ensure a paralysis of the zoning arrangement. After this, the remaining job, which was completely overlooked by Wike and his powerful clique of serving and former governors, was to cause a late rally of northern delegates, which was certain to guarantee victory since the North had a significant numerical advantage over the South. There was partial compliance, but it was enough to tilt the crown towards the forever towering Atiku. The motley crowd of southern aspirants present a shameful and near pathetic view, an assembly of self-seeking, self-conceited, but nevertheless unwise collection of naive politicians competing as minnows in a game organized and executed by experts and celebrated masters. My only regret in all this is that the southern politicians will always be defeated in this arena till kingdom come, because each crop of new leaders assumes that ascension to power is an incontestable evidence of acquisition of knowledge and experience. Those who asked Tambuwal to withdraw were not rich people, neither were they serving or former governors. Those who do not respect the Council of Elders are often met with failure and shame in their many pursuits. So there it is. It says, once again, the North has triumphed over the folly of their Southern counterparts. But let us hope this is not a Pyrrhic victory. So that's DOYIN OKUPE's assertion. So the rather convoluted read essentially is that the permutation for what transpired on Saturday was actually already concluded on Friday, with the Northerners already calibrated in an ethnic politics, which they will always use to have a whipping hand over the South. Naivety is what he accuses the South of. Do you agree, Brownberry?
Yes, it's in some way. And most of these aspirants, mostly Wiki, I think they learned a lot of lessons from what happened yesterday, and they are going to regret for the rest of their life. Because if you even look at the aspirants from the Southeast, let's just take Pius Ayim and Sam Wambua. You know, both of them together got 15. Okay, so before we start accusing fingers to the North, okay, we should point accusing fingers to ourselves. Because if these people, we have 22 delegates from Anambra, we have about 17 from Ebonyi, we have about 90 something delegates altogether. Okay, let's just assume that those delegates just came and they voted for their people. You know, that would just even be a win for them as they've supported their people. Okay, so now if you look at what Tambuwal did, he came up there when he said he's stepping down. He didn't just step down. He said his people should vote for Atiku. Okay, so there was no, even if Fayosha had gotten up, if Pius had any of them had gotten up and say, "Oh, vote for this person," even if you say they have 15 votes, but you know what he did might touch some of the delegates. Say, "Oh, these people they are coming together," and make them to come to Wiki. But if you also look at it the other way, Wiki too, most of them didn't like Wiki. Most of the aspirants from the Southeast, they didn't like Wiki because the governors from the Southeast were even supporting Wiki, but they were not supporting the aspirants. So this this issue with Southeast, in this, it's just terrible. I don't even know how to put it, because these people not supporting, certain people not supporting themselves, not stepping out. I mean, most of them know there was no way they are going to win, they are going to get any votes. But they just, they didn't even come out to say, "Look, I'm stepping down, I'm doing." They just stood there. They were waiting, and they waited for the vote to be counted. So I don't know what they want. I don't know what they want. But even though I don't like Wiki, but I love the fight that he put up. So
were you impressed by his numbers? Were you impressed by his numbers, Wiki? Even though he lost, yes.
I told you here that Wiki and Saraki, because let me tell you, if not Tambuwal that stepped down, Wiki would have carried the day. Because when they were interviewing one of
because Wiki's Tambuwal's vote would have come out of Saraki's vote, not Wiki's vote,
maybe
because it's the same Northerners that vote for Wiki, that vote for Atiku that would have voted for, so his votes will only come from Atiku. Do you see what I mean?
Yes. What happened was when they were interviewing one of Atiku's right hand man, right there at the convention, the Osinbajo has the mass. What was the negotiation? He said he was not going to tell. Okay, what number did you think you got from Tambuwal? He said about 25 to 30%. That's what they got from him. He said it there before the vote started. So if Tambuwal had just said, "You know what, I'm giving it to my friend," I know Fulani won't do that. But if he had said, "Oh, please vote for my friend Wiki," that would have turned even the heart of those from this central Nigeria. They would have said, "Okay," But it didn't happen that way. And if you see the way
sorry, Bramberry, the other thing he could have done was just not to withdraw. So he would have just taken his votes to himself and then that played out however it played out.
It would have withdrawn and not mention any name.
No, it didn't have to withdraw. If he did not withdraw, those votes that should have come to him would have come to him, not gone to Atiku.
Yes,
so it would not have betrayed the North because he would say he's following his ambition.
Yes,
then it would not have betrayed Wike because he would say he's following his ambition.
Because the Atiku people, they've already calculated it that what is going to Tambuwal will make them lose. So that was their calculation, and they quickly worked. They worked on him right there. Even though the elders have been talking to him, but right there they also worked on him and said, "Look, you have to do it quickly," and he did it. So that was what happened. So we can start here and be blaming ourselves. We are right there again where we started from.
And I do you think these people will, in perpetuity, have the advantage over us? Do you think they just work better? Do you think they're cleverer than us, these people?
No, they are not. They are just power drunk. The thing is that, remember, it's not. I mean, we have had Obasanjo beating Buhari, a very, very popular Buhari, twice. Okay, and we have Jonathan beating Buhari once. You understand? So this Southerners can win election. Okay, tell me right now, who is a popular Northerner in Nigerian politics today? Tell me, apart from Atiku.
Governor Zulum, El Rufai.
Governor Zulum is popular, but how many people know Governor Zulum in the South?
A lot of people.
It's okay. Okay, you can say a lot of people. It's okay, but not a lot of people.
There's not a lot of people anything. Who knows Governor Zulum apart from Northerners and
But Blackberry, answer the question whether the Northerners are more clever or not. Answer the question.
They are not more clever. No,
they are more clever. It's very straightforward answer you should give.
Hold on. You just it's not about shouting. How many
times?
You
say they are drunkard. You say they are drunk, but drunkard can be so clever.
Did I say
they are power drunk? Power drunk.
They love power. That's what they said. That's what I said.
Tony, they will never agree. They've not seen evil genius before. Go to Germany, start studying all these people. You will know that these Northerners are smart.
Brownberry, can I
okay.
put a contribution?
Hold on, guys. How many times have they governed us since 1999? How many popular politicians do they have apart from Buhari and now Atiku? Tell me, and I can start naming popular politicians from the South to you right now, about 10. And name for me from the dot.
Can I say something?
They are more united. That's it. They are just more united. Okay, to say they are smarter than us, I don't agree.
Brownberry, let me say this. I believe that it's not just because if you look at these people, you're saying that Obasanjo beat Buhari and all that. You see. It's just the only time the North lose is when it's not their turn. This zoning is very much alive. It's just because of this recent politics that they want Atiku to get this ticket. That's why they started talking against zoning. They've been using zoning to govern the space for a long time. And the only time they lose is when it's not their turn. Or if you're going to count Yaradua, don't forget that it was an unforeseen circumstance. The man passed away in power. So I believe that these people, if we are talking about being clever or not,
it was their it was their turn in 2011 and they lost.
I wonder
when
2011.
The time of Jonathan.
Yes, it was their turn.
Yeah, it was their turn, but you have to also see it in a way that people had already seen Yaradua's tenure as, as part of, their time, and also Jonathan himself was in power already. He was the acting president, so it's not that easy to unseat an acting president. So we cannot just look at it the same way. And also, we keep on saying that these people. The thing is that the entire system, they rigged it from the beginning. So you cannot just come out and say that no matter the kind of clever politics you want to play, it's just like you're taking a Messi to a football match that has already been fixed. It doesn't matter how genius he is. That match, if it is fixed, his team will lose.
Let
So
me
me, I
just
believe that
let
it's
me
not these
just
people rig this whole system with all these delegates and all this local government they created 40 something in Kaduna, in Kano, and all
thank
these
you.
things.
Thank you for
There's
saying that.
nothing there's nothing you'll do that you come and beat these people. So
Look,
it's not like it's not a matter of how smart you are, in the south.
let me just touch on this so that we can go to another question. One of the reason why we are here talking about, oh, they are smart, they are not smart, they are fighting for their right, blah blah, and all this, so all these things you are saying is because if Jonathan had listened, after this man died and say, is their turn, okay, let there be equity. Jonathan, when you finish this man's turn, give it back to them. We wouldn't have seen Buhari. Buhari wouldn't have been here now. Okay. Now they would have respected it afterwards. After then, they will come back to the south. Okay. We wouldn't have been here. All the Jonathan, as as I might like him, he is the one that caused everything where we are right now. Okay. Just greed. So let's move on to the other question.
All right. To the DEJI ADEYANJU space, he is saying that if you get a Fulani president in 2023, or a northern president, I should say, in 2023, then you have to, pardon me, then you have to blame the Yorubas, because the Yorubas opened up the space by not essentially rallying behind an Igbo candidate and presenting a united southern front. So what are you then making then of the DEJI's assertion?
He's just, why will he blame Yoruba? Yorubas are not the only people from the south. I mean, why didn't he blame Wike? What is Wike doing there?
No, it's talking about Tinubu. Sorry, Bramberry. It mentioned specifically Tinubu and Osinbajo.
No, you can't blame them only. I mean, who is it? Tinubu and Osinbajo that brought? Are they the only ones that brought Buhari? Amechi, wasn't Amechi there? The jumping sniffer, what's his name?
Oshiomhole, yeah.
Was he not there? I mean, where's Okorosha? The one in detention right now, was he not there? Ingige, all of them. So what are we saying? So you cannot blame them and come to what happened yesterday. Why didn't the South comes out? Why didn't they come out and say, oh, we are supporting one candidate? When Ohaneze were talking, Afenifere were talking, Middleburg were talking, why didn't they listen? Because Wike is the one that put himself in where he is right now. Accusing everybody, cursing everybody. So he shouldn't blame anybody. That if they win, we should blame ourselves. Shouldn't blame Buhari. Shouldn't blame Tinubu and Osinbajo. Should blame everybody. Blame all the Satanas that are.
Do you think Wike should have stepped down for Obi?
You know what? If he wants to be fair, I don't understand why people think they must be president. You should think of this country first. What do you want? Do you want this country to, this country to develop economically? Do you want this country to develop in all ramification, or so that you and your children will enjoy it, or you want to say, oh, I'll be the president, I will do it. I'll be the president. That's the problem we are having, even with Atiku. Must you be the president? So that's the issue I'm having. What I want to be, I want to be a billionaire. I want to be a billionaire. I don't want to be a president.
In what currency? In what currency?
In dollars. You can keep your president.
Blackberry.
I don't want to be a president, but I'm just, I'm just hoping that, we get the right person there. So that I don't know why. You can. It would have just, let me Peter Obi. Let me leave him. Let's have a good country. I don't know why he was fighting and cursing everybody, but he's regretting it in his house now.
Do you think Wike will be buried in a bottle of brandy as we speak? They say it's a bit of a drinker. Do you think it would have reached for the bottle by now?
No. Wike is not. Wike is sleeping right now because don't you see how slim he became?
Yes, he looks quite frail.
Yeah,
Yeah.
He wasn't eating, going everywhere, shouting, give me. It was no substance, nothing. Give me the power. Give me the power. Come on, man. That was all he was saying. He's just sleeping. He's gonna sleep for like 3 days.
Do you think it will take him? I wouldn't want to be around him right now. He'll be short-tempered, cranky, just bitter,
He's not
I think he'll be drinking right now. I think he'll reach for drink,
He's not happy. He's not happy.
Someone that fired all his cabinet before the primaries. Imagine what he will do now. You fire, including civil servants.
He wants to reshuffle. He wants to reshuffle. That's what he did.
Do you think he will deal with the Igbos in his area just to as a backlash?
Deal with them for no? What he did? Igbo voted for him. They voted for him. They didn't vote for their people. They voted for Wike.
It's the other way around. They will deal with him now.
So they voted for him. They didn't vote for any other person. They didn't vote for even Payosai.
All right, brilliant. So these are permutation computation that gives us a precedent that we've had before, Goodluck Jonathan. So the new law that subsists precludes him from the process, but he is now saying the law cannot retrospectively apply to him because he was already in play, pre the law coming into play. A lot of legal back and forth, but all the permutations are to say that the announcement on Monday will be, they take the judgment that he bought from Bayelsa to INEC to say, and INEC will not show any resistance because INEC, of course, a satellite body of the APC party. And then after that, they will announce that Goodluck Jonathan, then he will submit his form. He has already submitted his form privately, by the way, to the chairman of the party. So they will then say that this guy is they will just present him as their consensus candidate. And anybody that doesn't like it can go and whistle. So a lot of people are saying this is too far-fetched. But is it too far-fetched? Goodluck Jonathan has joined the APC, we know that. He has procured the form of that party, we know that. He has procured a court judgment that clears any legal obstacle for him to run, we know that. So Goodluck Jonathan, he has no strength within the APC. He's not been traveling to romance delegates. He's not speaking to anybody outside of the chairman of the party, the nephew of the alleged president, and visiting Aso Rock. So something must embolden him to keep pushing in this direction. And is that emboldens him sufficient enough then for him to be presented as the candidate of that party, and they can tell anybody that doesn't like it to go and whistle? Goodluck Jonathan for president. What says you, Bramberry?
I'm just going to go to the law first. You see, that law, that law does not affect Jonathan.
Okay.
That law was, that law just kicked in. So
right.
When Jericho was talking about, what's his name? The
Falana.
lawyer. Falana is a lawyer. The fact that Falana is well respected does not mean that he knows everything. Okay, because other lawyers have come out and say, he can aspire and contest. But that notwithstanding, he's not winning. He's not. I mean, I told you before that he's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. Let's just forget him. He's not stupid. He knows that the South needs 8 years. He's not going to come.
Oh, okay. So you are saying it's not going anywhere.
It's not
going. So why are we then in this situation that we are?
He just wants to get anyway. Like I said, people are just saying he's doing this. They are extending forms secretly. They are doing this secretly. People have been there in APC for 10 years. So he's just going to come and say, "Oh, they're just going to sign this form and say you agree."
No, but why are we where we are though? Is the thing. At least you know that he bought the form. He pretended that it was against his will, but we know he bought the form. We know he has cleared the legal. Yeah.
Hold on. Where did you see him buy a form?
What do you mean?
People bought form for him.
Forget all that. He has a party form for. We bought it. They bought it for him. He has the presidential nomination form.
And he has APC card.
APC. One man, please. Remember, he said it's an insult to him for people to buy form on his behalf. Do you remember that?
But no, that's a nonsense. Now you don't count. You don't count. You see, the only thing
So
that
you
you
are
do.
counting that away. You are not counting what I'm saying.
No. The only thing that you count in that situation, whether it comes in protestations, the only thing that you count is that there's a form existing under his name under that party. So whether he does this for protestation, for indignation, nonsense. So that's a nonsense. Yeah, but the form there's a form under his name. We know that, and we know that he has registered in his. So we know.
Let me tell you something. When the Fulani pushed him, you know what he told them? He told them, except you make me a concessor. And he knows that he has put them in the corner. They can't do that. There is no way
why not? Why not? Why not?
TINUBU is there. Osinbajo is there. I mean, they can't do that. And when it comes to that day of APC's primary, you know, I know those firemen. They are just talking. They are just there for nothing. Those guys are just going to step down. They are going to step down for we'll see. They are going to make this calculation and see who is going up.
Bramberry, let me say something. Senator Olujimi from Ekiti State, she made a statement. He said, "Go and bet it. Goodluck Jonathan will not be on the ballot on APC."
He won't. It's not.
He said the man is a man of integrity. He will never be on the ballot.
And this lady is close to him.
She was beating her chest.
Forget her. Let's look at facts.
One man, you love this story.
No. It's just that, you know, if we look at if we look dispassionately at what we have as subsisting situations, then there's every indication that Goodluck Jonathan will be on that ballot. So we know that they've been rumoring, they've been saying that he's going to be on that ballot. He did not come out to debunk it, and when he came out, we saw him. This wasn't even written in the papers. This was a video capture. We played it on this platform. What he said to his supporters, which they claimed they were coming to his office to come and clamor for him. They were just people that a lot of these things are orchestrated. I'm sure you know that. So he used that platform to say that he said, "Watch this space." So we know he said, "Watch this space." Shortly after, he procured forms. Well, he procured forms, and then he told us that, these people went to buy forms on it. Who will go and spend 100 million naira on his behalf? He said the Fulani groups. Mieti Allah went and bought it. But Mieti Allah came out to say they did not buy it. So we know that he was saying, "Watch this space." We know he has a form. We've seen him in meetings with the chairman of the party, Abdullahi, and then Adamu, and then he went to meet him in his house. And more curiously, Adamu came to meet Goodluck Jonathan for a second meeting in Goodluck Jonathan's house. So we know that. We've also seen him in meetings with Maman Daura, Buhari's nephew, the linchpin of the cabal. Where did this meeting take place? Goodluck Jonathan's house. So we know that. We also know that he has gone to procure a court judgment in Bayelsa State, his own home state, that clears the legal hurdle for him to run. We know that. So we know all of these things. So why would all of these things be if he's not going to run?
Okay, let me tell you something.
One man.
Hold on, Thomas. Let Bramberry go for it first. Yeah.
I told you earlier on that Jonathan has already put them in a tight corner. Since you guys are pressurizing me, this is what I want. He knows he can't do it. And secondly, before the end of next year, 2023, a book is going to be out. I know Jonathan is going to write it. He's going to write concerning.
So why doesn't he just come out to say, "I'm not going to do it"?
This is politics. We don't know what they are doing. We don't know. But I assure you, like Olujimi said, he will not be on the ballot in the APC primary. Take that to the bank.
All right. So sorry. Let's hear from you, Thomas. You wanted to call me, but I wanted Bramberry to run through with that first. Let's hear.
You are right. Yes. We have never seen this man publicly saying, "I have got a form. I am going for this election." So, for me,
does he have a form? Does he have a form?
But that's they said they bought form on his behalf.
No. Does he have a form now?
Yes.
Okay, yes. So that's all that matters, isn't it? He has a form to submit. So
one man.
All right.
One man, I'm still saying this. If Goodluck Jonathan didn't have the assurance of getting that ticket, he will not put his head in APC party. And I'm saying this, one man, they can't jettison all these strong people, TINUBU, Osinbajo, Fayemi, for Goodluck Jonathan. Who is Goodluck Jonathan in APC? One man.
Look,
who is Goodluck Jonathan in APC?
You should know enough. You've been on this platform. You've made categorical statements before, so be mindful not to make a categorical statement.
No, I said this. Who is Goodluck Jonathan in APC?
Look, forget who is Goodluck Jonathan.
It's not a member of APC.
No, the question is not who is Goodluck Jonathan in APC. The question is who is Buhari in APC? Who is Abdullahi Adamu in APC? Who is Maman Daura in APC? Because what the reading is that Goodluck Jonathan is the cabal strategy. So who is the cabal in the APC, and do they have the testicular fortitude which Babati told us is
testicular?
I think that was
a new word with that too.
No, that's Black League's phrase which I've adopted. You know, so do they have the balls to do that? And I think they do have the balls to do that. Buhari has the balls to do that. And he will do it if he feels that it serves his people and his interest and his tribe. So why would Goodluck Jonathan is in play now? So why would he be in play other than if he has backing?
One man, what is I have asked this question yesterday. What is their offset with Goodluck Jonathan that they can't do with Osinbajo or TINUBU?
The crucial thing is Goodluck Jonathan has one term. That's the real. That's the price now.
Why?
One time.
Thomas, you win. Let's tell you the same thing you like telling other people. You win.
No. I'm just debating it. I'm subject to being persuaded, but I'm open to being persuaded. But if you look at this guy, is in play for no other reason, and is aggressively in play. So there has to be a reason for that, for him to be in play.
One man, I don't know why you, you like this topic. Let's just say that because this man, people that are aggressively going after him, they just want him to be dead because of their selfish interest, because they only want to start, because they know there's no way they can deny APC a certain ticket. So they say, okay, let's just bring this man 4 years. So I just said it before that these people, they are power drunk. They are ready to sacrifice APC, even for Atiku. They don't mind. So
do you know that if he doesn't get that ticket, he will suffer a severe reputational damage?
Who?
Goodluck Jonathan.
That's why I'm telling you that the clarification will be out after the election. The clarification will be out, but I don't know anybody that will say, because all these things we just want to be saying that this man, he wants to become the president. He has given
clarification will be out
condition that they cannot meet. So let's move on.
All right.
Blackberry, one man, please. Let me say this, please. If they adopt Goodluck Jonathan as a consensus, let's just say for argument's sake, and he becomes the president come 2023, that doesn't mean that another Southerner will not come after him, isn't it?
You must be joking.
You
must be joking.
Unless Southerner can come, of course. Because
they will not allow it. They will not allow it now. You know why they will not allow? Okay, go on. You go first, but I have a reason for saying that. But you go first, then I'll give you the reason.
Actually, I can say this. That's my opinion. That doesn't mean that another Southerner will not go after him.
Do you know why I'm saying? Do you know why I'm saying they will not allow it? If Goodluck Jonathan gets a 4-year term, and he then looks to hand it over to another Southerner, the Northerners will be aggressively resistant against that, because if Goodluck Jonathan hands it to another Southerner, that new Southerner is a fresh president who has constitutionally an entitlement to an 8-year term. And if that Southerner uses the instrumentality of incumbency to get those 8-year term, then you'll be looking at a 12-year term of a southern presidency. So they would not allow it.
When
They
you
will
say
not.
when you say they will not allow it, is the voters that will vote. The voters that will
Look
vote.
at it.
They're gonna. I mean, have they beaten us before? They've not beaten us before. Jonathan beat them. But I mean, Obasanjo have beaten them. Even the popular one they have, Buhari and Atiku. Tell me any other popular candidate. They don't have any other president that's popular.
Anyway, I think they just want to punk Jonathan, but then he's always been a punk, so there it is.
Can I come in, woman?
Yeah, come in, Tony.
Thank you very much, sir. So follow the whole analysis, analysis now. BlackBerry, ET, the other guy, everybody. Don't you see that we're in a serious mess? We're in a serious problem that we shouldn't let this problem continue to come and be gripping our generations to come. That why can't we just look for a way out now so that we can separate the country? So long these people they are not ready, they are power drunk, etc., etc. All the whole tabulations you are making right now, like when they go 4 years, you want 12 years, you want 8 years. So why can't we just stop this? Because we are not the same people. Fire, water and oil cannot mix together. So when you use soap to try to bring that together, then it will become waste. Like I said the other time. So let us separate these people from us. How do we do it? That should be our next strategy and then our next solution.
Separation is not easy to. Separation is not easy to come by. You are talking about
no, but not in a violence way. Not in a violence way. But like now, look as things are going. That's why I'm saying that Peter B should have gone to the United Nations or wherever to complain that the Nigeria political scene is not that is not normal. That look at how they are playing the games and people are buying vote, and then you can hear some of our brothers from the south here say that the guy competed very well. It was a fair play, even though we saw people with bags of money, bundles of money. These are,
Okay. Let me just say the easiest way. You and I can go and fast. You and I can go and fast and pray right now, and just let's pray that APC will bring out a northern candidate. If APC brings out a northern candidate, forget it. The Yoruba nation will everything with that. It will just be going fast like.
Yes. That's what we have been saying that we are not be battered enough. Yes, we are not be battered enough. But
if APC go ahead and brings out northern candidate, oh boy, forget so.
I hope so.
What will be the consequence of that, Brownberry, if they bring out a northern candidate?
Yeah, if they brings out a northern candidate, most of these certain politicians that are not backing, even though that one of their leg is here, they're kind of, what, this country is not really working. This people, they are just, they are just like vultures taking everything. At that time, they'll say, you know what, whatever happens. Let's just, let's go. So if you hear what Akeredolu was saying, during those time of when they were holding that certain governors meeting, you can see, because most of the things that is happening right now, because I tell you what, when the Northerners are afraid that it will be that if the Easterners get the presidency, they will split the nation. They should be more afraid that if the Yorubas get the presidency, they will split the nation, because the Yorubas
not even split the nation, they may never get it back alone.
Yes.
Yes, I think that's their biggest fear.
Yes, because the Yorubas are they are more likely to just change everything aggressively when it comes to restructuring. Because that's why I told you it's either TINUBU or Osinbajo. These are two people. They are together. They've already sat down and put a plan together. Don't put fire.
Please leave this fire narrative now.
They really come together and put, they know how Nigeria wants to, they know how they want Nigeria to work. So, the only problem is that they should give it to Osinbajo. If they give it to TINUBU, and we're going to have two old people, and that's going to play into the hands of the task force. That's the only way Peter Obi is going to come to power. If they give it to Osinbajo, it's going to be very hard for Peter Obi with third force. But if they give it to TINUBU, Atiku, that they just play into the hands of the youth.
All right.
Third force will come.
Go to that third first narrative then, Brownberry. Peter Obi Patutomi, third first leaders storm Delta for Labour Party presidential primaries. So I didn't even know that people like this had primaries. I thought they just met in a pub. and said, do you want to be president? I don't mind. Okay, you be president, and can I be your vice? I don't mind. And that is it, settled. So apparently they are having primaries in this one man and his dog party. So Peter Obi, Patu Tomi, third force leaders, they are so obscure, they cannot even give us a list of names. They are just called third force leaders. What that means is just a whimsical, fanciful nonsensity. So to that space, Brownberry.
Okay, this thought force has been there for almost 2 years now, but the issue they've been having is they've been having issue of presidential candidate. Who is going to be the presidential candidate? They've been having that issue, But what they've gotten now of Peter Obi is just a gold. They just hit a jackpot. So, like I just said, the only way they're going to lose, the only way they are going to lose it is if Osinbajo gets APC ticket. If Osinbajo doesn't get APC ticket and they give it to TINUBU, it will be easier for third force to step in, and third force will get the power. I assure you that in 2023.
But what is this shadowy, faceless third force? So what or who is this third force?
Third force, there are so many elites, so many, lots of educated people that are there, and there are a lot of them, both from the south and from the north.
So it's an obscure entity. I was expecting you to be listing names. I was expecting you to be listing names.
The names that I know right now, Patu Tomi, what's his name of this man from Jega. There are a lot of people. I have seen a lot of them, but I'm just telling you, people that are always coming out from the on TV to speak on this issue. So I don't know the rest of the. Even Falana is also amongst them.
Falana, yeah, do you know he wanted to be? Do you know that he wanted to be a Ekiti governor and he failed? Falana.
He's an activist now. He's not a politician.
He almost, when he came close now, about 50,000 votes. He almost, when he came second. So yeah, he almost did. Yeah,
he lost.
Yeah, no.
Look at that. Does that fill you with confidence? This talk of our third force, Babati?
No, it doesn't. But it does. But to speak to the bigger point about people saying that if the North, if the APC fields Northerner, that we might speed up the process of breaking up Nigeria. I disagree with that. And the reason is because I always look towards the West when it comes to the issue of breaking up, because Nigeria is Nigeria because they want it to be so. So the day they say Nigeria is done, is the same Nigeria is done. It's not really us that gets to decide, unfortunately. So I don't really look at the internal politics. I focus on the West, Britain, China, maybe, and America. And they still want that country to serve their own interest. Until then, until that changes, I don't really buy this narrative that's not getting presidency will somehow. The North will get the presidency if they want to, and nothing will happen. We just make noise and yeah.
I just told you the reason. If APC comes up with a presidential candidate, so I don't understand what you are saying, that the West are the one that will say it. So if the people that matter from the South comes out and say, and they start working, they start working on it, and say we need to leave this contraction.
And how would you leave? You said you will leave the contraption because you didn't win election. So
because it's just obvious.
Brian, let's break it down, because let's just not talk over each other. Let's break it down. Okay, we want to leave the country, so you go to the UN, right? That would be the legal.
Yes.
Okay, so
we are going to start doing it legally.
Oh, okay. So UN says we don't have enough reasons to justify you breaking up. And then what do you do next?
They don't have enough reason, and we're gonna give them. Come on, we have. You're just talking like people. We don't have intelligent people from that.
I'm saying that look at as antecedent countries that serve the interest. Nigeria is a very peculiar situation. Nigeria serves a very vital interest for the West. And I'm saying that until you prove to the West that you breaking up is more profitable for them, they won't break you up. It does not work that way. So you have to prove to them that you breaking up serves their interest.
Okay,
And
we'll prove it. We'll prove it to them.
How?
We will prove it to them.
Tell me. Just don't give me. Just give me how you prove it to them.
No, there's always things to There is always things to give. Things must be there to give. That's just what it is.
Blackberry, I'm a realist. The US just is building a 10, or how much are they spending in Lagos to build an embassy? Their interest in that country,
the biggest startups of America.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you think that their investment is just there to showcase like a glass mirror? No, Nigeria is a very peculiar country in Africa. Is a very critical part of the Western plan for domination.
Okay,
they're not going to give that up.
So if that's the case, when you also come to if that's the case when it comes to us, we'll keep it in perpetual. We'll just keep it. We'll keep the presidency if that's what they want to do. I mean, let them do whatever they want to do.
No, what I'm saying is that it's an internal struggle. You cannot look towards the West to dissolve that country. The only way those kind of countries or the West comes and intervene is when you have wars and conflicts, right? They will only intervene and come with the sword to divide that space when you have bloodletting on a massive scale. But anything that you can solve on your own, they will not come in that. And like, once again, ask yourself the question: what benefit does this serve the West that Nigeria breaks up into a full case war? Because let me give you an example. If Nigeria breaks up, let me include France also. If 200 million people break up in Nigeria, that's a spread to West Africa. France does not want you spreading into Cotonou, Ghana, and all that stuff. They don't want all that nonsense. So you got to think about it on a bigger scale now. It's not about Nigeria alone.
That's what we're going to tell them. That's what we're going to tell them.
That the Fulanis will let you break up peacefully and there will be no war and they will believe you.
No. If war comes out, and people start refugees everywhere, they are not going to like that. So that's why we want to live, that's why we want to live with
That's
peacefully.
My point. I'm saying that Fulanis will not let you go peacefully. The only way the UN intervenes in any country breaking up is through war. And you are telling me that you can break up peacefully, which I'm saying is not possible. There cannot be a peaceful dissolution of Nigeria. That cannot never happen. So,
but I assure you, there will be a shaking. There will be a shaking if APC comes up with nothing presidential candidates.
Nothing will happen. You will shake, break, and make and dance. I will do all you want.
Baba T. People are, we're already at war. We're already at war because hold on, where a country where 100, 200 are being killed every day, you say that there is no war. That is war. But that benefit the vested interest. You are referring to those countries as the vested interest. So when there's a total outbreak of war, they would rather prefer that. They will just come and be taking the gas and oil without any gas again. Because right now we see also gas there at the ocean or at the various exporting spot, even though we don't know amount of the gas that we're exporting or the oil we're exporting. But when there's an outbreak of war, that will be very best for them. So they will just come with their tanks and start taking the things out like that.
No,
because otherwise, we have died enough. We have been killed enough.
Tony, calm down. Let me break down something to you, so that you can understand this. There are three key things that foreign interest in Nigeria. Let me be specific about Nigeria now. Petrochemicals. You have natural resources like gold, silver, diamonds, and of course your human resources. They are the key three things that the West love about your country, and that's why they see that as that. Because focus now. When I speak of the West interest in Nigeria, it's not only the past or the present. I'm also discussing the potential future investment in Nigeria. They see you as the next China, the next India, the next Singapore. That is the way they view Nigeria. So they already have plans for you guys, even without you knowing. So when America went into Iraq, what was the first thing that they had to protect? The oil and gas pipelines, right? They didn't care about anybody else. That was the first thing they went for. Until they start to see that their investment is being destroyed. Like the docks are destroyed, the airports are destroyed, like oil and gas is being destroyed that can disrupt the chain of flow of what they want in that country. They're not going to move a needle. You fighting each other and killing each other, they could care less. So all this religious conflict, because in their minds, we can sit down and resolve this issue. When you talk about all-out war, I'm talking about displacement on a massive scale, where you have millions of people moving up and down. And also, the West, they care about the West more. But they use the North as the conduit to milk the West. Without the North, they cannot milk the South. We see my point? So until they see that, you have to make a deal with them. But it has to be a collective effort with the South. And like one man was saying earlier, that there's no relationship between the Yoruba and Igbos where they can have a common front. You as the South have to go to the West and say, guys, if you break us up, we'll make this deal with you. But the Igbos and Yorubas,
Isibidi, hold on. Let me respond a little bit to Babati. Isibidi, 1 minute, bito. So Babati, these people will never come to help us. So we have to help ourselves, because they know that if Nigeria gets their acts together, then we will control Africa, and then it will be like shoulder to shoulder with them. So they wouldn't let us progress. That is why, and they also benefiting right now from the problem we are having, because many people are living. Look at the way, at the rate Canada and the UK are issue visa to our people, and then allowed it to giving them comfort. You see that the country is going until we find a solution so that we can go back home to develop our place. That's the only thing. Yesterday somebody was saying about how the Japanese went to war, and then they ran to America and England. Later they went back home. They went to Germany. They see how they did the TV, and then they went back to see with the technology. We also have this technology right now, most of us abroad. But I think we need that environment, that peaceful and enable environment for us to go back home. Tony, but this Northerners will not allow us. So what do we do?
Tony, wait. Let's Rabbi come in before we deviate into something else. Go ahead, Rabbi.
Yeah. I was gonna say, Babati has a point, and unfortunately, we can also, if we unite together as the South, the entire South, then we can, but we shouldn't expect it to be just a smooth ride, If people are already crying with what IPOB is going through, and people are already shouting that you guys are making themselves a target. So what do you think will happen if the South decides to go? You think the West will just...
no.
There are different ways that they will oppose it.
No, Rabbi, let me piggyback on that, because one man mentioned something earlier about the cultural differences between the Yorubas and Igbos. I think that we should mend those fences to have, because I believe that if we as a South go to the UN or the West and say, guys, we can give you more, you are better off making money from us, from the South, if we break it up. That is all they need. But we don't have that synergy between the East and the West right now. So how do you think we mend those fences?
That synergy, I remember one time Nnamdi Kanu was talking long ago, and when he was even angry, he said, okay, even if it's Southern Nigeria first, you people want to do, you people should have it. So because you see, an Igbo man, even an Kanu himself that is championing that cause, can say that an average Igbo man does not have any issue with that. The only reason why it seems like the Igbos have decided that, okay, let's just do this thing, or by themselves, is because most people in the South are still they are still in, let me put it for lack of a better term, they are still living in denial, and trying to dance around. You want to play game with people that have already rigged the thing from the beginning. Right. So at the end of the day, it will not be that easy, because there are different ways, unless if there is that agreement, if everybody say, okay, yeah, then it will be easier. If there will be that agreement, it will be easier. There will still be challenges, but it will be easier to have our own region or state.
But yesterday we discussed about it, that the Yorubas have been trying to bridge that bridge. If you look at Pakintoye or ADEYANJU, you see that they are all speaking for Igbo, and you see notable Yoruba people and notable Edo people, they have been speaking that they should give this presidency to the Southeast people, and then hold on. But you see, like me now, when I'm speaking here now, wait. But your people are not moving closer to us. That's the problem. So we
Wait,
need to
calm
build
down.
a bridge. Let us be
Don't shout.
friendly. Let us regard ourselves as one brother and sister.
Wait,
You know,
wait,
that's
my
what I stand
brother.
for here. So Southern
Wait,
Nigeria,
calm down.
Manu, hold
Calm
on, hold
down.
on, hold on. Manu say, no, hold on, hold on, hold on. Manu said,
We
Manu
all
Zibido
want
beg.
wait now.
Yes.
We
Wait,
all want what
Tony,
we
wait.
want, you see.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is that
Mutigbo.
I'm not trying to point fingers, but the fact of the matter is that the people of major political influence or whatever influence or leadership influence in the Yoruba land, many of them they are not on that page you're talking. I know of Odumakin, that's a very upright man in my own opinion. The late Odumakin. I know Pa Akintoye. I mean Pa Ayo Adebanjo. I know of several people, but
Well, why can't we start that here? Why can't we start that up here then? Why are we also disagreeing here?
Wait, now, it does not. It does not sideline the fact that as much as you want to see, which is part of what the talking points today, if we are being honest to ourselves, we had people. You can say Amechi was among what and Rotas. All those people came after APC. The main the main people have already formed it. Then they are like, so you can. I'm not vindicating them. They're also part of it. But we are not looking at them so much as we are looking at someone like TINUBU and Osinbajo, because they did not deliver votes. Did you see the OPC got only less than 5% in the southeast?
Be brief. You see that now that hold on. Now that we all agree that the political system is not working, why can't we, non-politicians now, why can't we look for that synergy so that we can be able to work together? So that we can work together, because people are preaching for Igbo presidency right now. We love Igbo.
Which people?
Tony,
That's
Tony,
the issue. Which
Tony,
people?
calm down. Let's take it
Yoruba
one
is
at a
not
time.
they are not like you have to. That's why I don't generalize Yoruba when I'm talking about Southwest. I don't generalize, and I also don't. As much as you're looking at it that way, there are also some major voices that need, like, the kind of influence Tinubu have in Yoruba land, in the entire Southwest. So we cannot just say those things and discount, if Tinubu have agreed with the views of someone like Payo Adebanjo, will we be talking what we are talking? The South probably right now will be united. So
Yeah, but I think that if you guys recollect when they first had the so-called Southern Governors Forum for the first time, I didn't believe in that project because they all wanted that security apparatus in the Southwest to protect them from so-called Fulani invasion. But what happened? So I don't really care about them sitting down and talking until I see concrete actions being done. I'm not going to believe this so-called alliance. Let me give you an example. I have a twin sister, for instance, right? If I'm arguing with her and one man is also arguing with her about the same issue, and one man slaps her, I'll be like, wait a minute, one man, what are you doing? That's my sister. So this Hausa Fulani connection cannot be complete. You can it's so they have that bond. They might fight, they might argue all you want, but their bond is way stronger than compared to Yoruba and Igbos. So they can argue with you about issues, but at the end of the day, they will go to the back room and have that discussion and make amends. So until we get to that level, I think they will always dominate Nigeria, and we have to be second fiddle, sadly. It's just the harsh reality because they've already figured you out, and I always laugh about when one man says, we are the most educated people in Nigeria, we are smart. I'm like, forget books. This is not about books or education. These guys, they figured you out. They know the buttons to push. Every cycle they use one tribe. If it's not Yoruba this time, they will use Igbo. If it's not Igbo, they will use South. So they know who to use for each cycle. And if this PDP primary that we saw yesterday is not a wake up call to anybody, I don't know what will be. That should have told you something about Nigeria. I'm sorry for Wiki. He learned the hard way. You can give them money. Even MKO gave them more than anybody in Nigeria's history from the South. That guy gave them more, and what happened to him?
Also, they also look at the South as the religion also helps them, because
that factors,
especially especially Islam. Christianity, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that Christianity is a very beautiful religion. I believe so because, to be honest, that's my own personal view. But uh, there's a lot of false, should I say preachers or whatever. So it has affected that harmony and unity in Christianity. You understand? So it's more of self. So people don't. That's why you find every church have their own practices and all that. But you see, Islam, they still try their best to maintain that level of. It's not like they don't have fractions, but it's very minimal compared to Christianity, and they have that unity. So that's why you find out that at the end of the day, it also can be used to their advantage politically. So that's why you find out that even Yoruba Muslims, there are some of them that are willingly aligning themselves just because of that. You understand what I mean? So
the Murik movement and all,
they,
Murik and
they
all that.
use it, and they understand that the South and their Christianity and whatever, it's not like their own. So they
Okay.
know that there's nothing you will do that you will be united. So they'll definitely,
Okay.
anytime
Okay.
they want
CBD.
something, they
CBD.
go to different people in the South because they know that at the end of the day, you're not even connected to the other person in the South spiritually
There's no brotherhood compared to the North. There's
yes,
no
thank you.
brotherhood in the
But
South.
that is why we should take religion out of the equation. That we say we should unite because united we stand, and the united, unity is power. So the South people should unite. We should forget about this middle belt. You can see now that you have you see yesterday that how the middle belt man that betrayed our guy there. So let us stop this something of religion. We should just take it out from our culture entirely,
No,
Muslim or Christianity
Tony,
from our side.
Tony, Tony.
Yes,
As a Yoruba individual, Yorubas are highly spiritual people, so
yes.
you can't take spirituality out of
But
all.
yeah, we get Olokun, we get our own tradition. So we get
That
Ogun, we get
will even
need
bring
to
more division, my brother, because everybody now have their own deity. So
They
yeah,
have
but the colonial masters came with this religion. Don't forget this. That is the problem because if you want to progress, whatever came with the European people or the Arab people should be sent back with them, and they
Tony,
are leaving us.
Tony, you are giving us a long-term project. That's like a generational. That's like a 40-50 year project for people to
No, we have to start it
transform.
now.
Yeah, so it's not going to happen in the next 20-30 years. It's a long-term.
So how do you now unite the
Yeah, that
faith?
means we have to wait. Then we have to wait until we start to have progress. Then
That's what I'm saying.
Because
That they figured you out in the north. They know.
Yeah.
They know that because guess what? Guess what? Insubidi Anthony. Guess what? Let's say APC fields somebody from the north, right? And PDP has Atiku. All they have to do, if they both pick Igbos as their VP, the Igbos will say, okay, we are good. If they pick Yoruba, they know what to do to calm the tensions down in the south. They know what to do. Just pick
And
one
they-
of them,
and they know
pacify
what
them,
to
and
do. And they know what to do also to put Yorubas and Igbo against themselves.
yeah,
Just
then
leave Tinubu that thing now. I'm
yeah.
telling you, I'm sure that a lot of Igbos will never be in support of that. They will see it as a direct. So this game. That's what I'm telling you. That at the end of the day,
But guess what? The next cycle they will pick Igbo again. Then you might be angry. So they will just be going back and forth with you guys like a swinging pendulum. they know how to
but you
push
see,
and forth.
the real fear is speaking the Igbo that
like
we're talking
the
about.
big bang
They can't pick an Igbo
clock.
because that will be they believe deeply that will be the end of this whole cycle if they pick an Igbo. So that's why they have to tiptoe around the whole idea, and they can go as far. They can go to south. They can go everywhere. But you see, Igbo, that space, they understand that it's a gray area for them. It's a huge risk they are not willing to take.
Okay, do you know why? But this is where it becomes uncomfortable for my Igbo brothers and sisters. And each time we touch on those kind of issues, you might get defensive, but I have to say it. You also have to self-reflect about your influence of your true abilities, that you might not be as politically as influential like you think you are. So you have to also recalibrate within your own space. Like, what do you want as a people? do you want to leave the country or do you want to be president? You cannot have
No,
you cannot
I'm not
have
saying
both at
that.
the same time.
My argument is has never been that the Igbos have political influence. That's
Right.
why I'm telling you that they don't play the You see, many of them, until I'm not saying they are not playing, they are playing now. Especially, you can see how many of them came out this time. But I'm
Right.
saying that, uh, as it has been, the tradition is that they don't even want to play in that
Anymore.
field because of the belief that this thing is already rigged for them to fail. You get? But I'm saying that if they get that, it's there's a big fear in the north that it might end the whole game. Like you
Right.
find out that they don't have that trust. Somebody can wake up tomorrow and just imagine an Igbo man is in control of the military and all.
It might
You know,
expose everything they've been hiding. So they need
yeah, you
someone that
might just
they need
so
somebody.
that's what I'm saying.
But the bigger issue, but I'm
Because
just
okay,
saying.
the politics that Yorubas have played better. Let's
Okay.
agree. They
Okay.
played and all that. So what at the end of the day, you need to ask what is the result. Has it put you on the same level as them? You know, are you on the same level?
Yeah,
Are
but
you in control of your resources?
I know, but that speaks to
So,
my earlier point, Rabbi. I'm saying that let's not discount the influence of the foreign countries.
Why
They
you they call a rabbi now? Why you they call a rabbi now?
No, I like the name. I like the name that CBD actually. I like the rabbi name. But I'm saying that there's a difference between Nigeria and Nigerians. The West don't care about Nigerians; they care about Nigeria. So until they decide that enough is enough, it will be the way it is. And I'm saying that you from the South not getting the presidency will not break that country up. You can huff, you can puff. The best you can do, however, in all seriousness, is to canvass. That puts you in a better space to canvass for having a new constitution, a new Nigeria. That would be your best bet to go
Babati,
for.
I'll be honest with you.
But anything that about division, forget about that's not going to happen.
But who will do it? Who will do that new constitution? They will never allow that.
I'll be honest with you. I used to think the same way until some few months ago. I used to believe that the Igbos need to play this politics and be more like, approach it more like the way the Yoruba politicians are approaching it. But to be honest, right now I don't believe that anymore. I see it as you play the game they want you to play, and they have the whole thing. At the end of the day, they've already mapped it out the way they are going to win. So it doesn't matter what you play. You can sit at the table, but you're never going to be
Okay.
part of that house. So
I'm
you need
with
to
you.
understand.
No. Let me ask you because I'm with you on that, boy. This is what I'm saying. We have a Fulani president now. Paint the picture for me of the uprising that you see. If we have if we end up with the Fulani president, you paint the scenario of the reaction of the South to me. Let's see what you think will happen.
Yeah, the agitations will increase if you ask me. I think that's how I say it. I feel like the agitations will increase and it will increase. I think that's just basically what I see. There's a lot of there are possible worst case scenarios, but
No,
for the
no,
sake of
no, no.
optimism, I'm not wishing evil.
Sorry to cut you. Let me just follow up with that another question. There's a reason I asked that question. It
Mm.
goes back to one man's point again about the division. If once you have the Yoruba nation agitation, you have the South agitation, and you have the Southeast agitation. At what point will those people come together and form one union? That way they can be. You see my point? And since we don't have that synergy, like I mentioned before, if I'm a Yoruba nation guy and you're a Biafra nation guy, at what point will we come together to form a unified front? It's really what I'm asking. Because at the end of the day, you have to have that synergy between both sides, to come together and fight these people. And
if I'm being honest, you might say I'm being tribal or sectional. It doesn't matter, but this is
no,
just
it's
how I
okay.
feel.
It's okay.
I believe, like with the politicians, I believe we're generally with the Yoruba, Igbo people, South. I don't know. I don't know which. I believe everybody needs to come together at the same time, but as far as politicians, politicians are concerned, I believe that it's the Yoruba politicians that needs to turn their direction to the rest of their brothers in the south. That's just
Right.
how I believe. That's how I see it.
But
Yes,
do you see that happening? In all honesty, if we have the uprising, like you say, do you see that
and
happening?
I still come to someone like Tinubu. People usually wonder why I always talk about Tinubu.
Mhm.
Tinubu is playing a dangerous game with the future of the south. And unfortunately, we can't see that because of maybe some of us might not see that because of our tribal sentiment and all that. But at the end of the day, I feel like the man is playing. He played a very dangerous game with the future of the star, starting from starting from is it 2019, the last election. 2015. And now everything he did was based on a gamble, on a risk. The whole stability and peace and harmony of the South. Now imagine even if they give it to him, it will still not quell down the the situation of the south, the entire south. Maybe the southwest will relax, like one man suggested, and say, okay, they will not agitate for. Some of them might. I don't believe so, but let's say they will do that. But what of the other south part of the south? You might say, okay, some parts of the south too might now, but you can't see the entire south, and you cannot see the southeast.
Mhm.
So the whole thing, that's why I would always tell you that we need at this point to to be careful with the way
Okay, but let me address
we
that.
are advocating for
Yeah,
Tinubu's
let me address the Tinubu thing first, because Tinubu is a very peculiar situation, because Tinubu is actually competing against the ghost of Awolowo. But that one is a different topic for another day. He wants to outdo Awolowo, but that is a bigger. If you're Yoruba, you know what I'm talking about. So he's actually competing against the ghost. That's a different debate. But like we said on this platform before, Tinubu will be the best person for some kind of reshaping Nigeria, if I can use that word.
how
Like, because that is the Yoruba position since 1966, 67, to have regional governments. That's what he launched his campaign on. His political career was based on that Awolowo regional government structure. That's always been his own thing. So I think that even coming from that space will be something that will work better, because
you mean that's
yeah,
the belief of
yeah, Yoruba
that's
believe
how
in
many Yorubas feel that Tinubu
yeah,
might
yeah,
be
yeah,
the
yeah.
one to
If you poll Yorubas right now, even if I ask one man and everybody, they want regional government. It's always been because we believe in that worked so much well for us in the 60s. So that's
Mhm.
the Yoruba position. That's been our our thing. Let everybody control their resources. So in my opinion, you will
Well,
be the best person to because
but he has not done anything in his own,
that is what
in
is
the
frustrating
positions he has
me.
occupied to suggest that, because Lagos definitely he has never, even when they are calling for, he was even among he was it not his people that were calling for special status for Lagos
No.
and
That's what I'm saying about you speaking about him
I
playing
think it was
politics.
Buhari that actually offered that special status rather than, but
Right. But I'm saying that was what we as Yorubas were fan frustrating about Tinubu with Buhari, because even with the killings, he was not speaking about those issues that he was known for in the 90s. He kept mute because he wants the presidency. You see my
but,
point? He
but
kept mute because he wants this movement,
yeah.
and unfortunately, this movement is starting to erode him right now. So we
But
like so you.
I just find it strange that we some of our people, our brothers in the southwest or
Mhm.
and sisters, just believe some it's just like something that they believe that they don't have any basis to believe, that the man has not campaigned on that, he has not
No,
made
no, no,
categorical
no, no, no,
statements about that.
no,
So how
Rabbi.
do we just assume that
No,
that
no.
will be
I'm
his
saying
biggest
no. Pre
achievement?
no. I'm saying pre Buhari, pre his support for Buhari.
Yes.
AD came from that Awolowo, space. And if you look at their constitution, that Bible, that they believe was for regional government, so it came from that space. The reason Afenifere even, because you remember the man did not even win the primaries for Lagos. If you remember, he did not win. He was drafted in because of that same belief. If you go and read those stories of Afenifere, the reason they didn't give the winner of that election was because they said TINUBU comes from this class. This is what he believes. So that was the basis of him becoming governor in the first place, or senator in the second, during Babagida's era. So I'm just hoping it still has that same belief. Maybe it's changed now. I don't know, but I'm saying that it comes from that tree, and it will be in the best position to address that issue. But I'm looking forward to the APC primaries, though, and I want to, because I'm also hearing about Lawan's name. His name is popping up lately. That he might be the guy that they want, the Senate president.
No, I think he will. I think from my own observation, I believe he might just be some vice presidential pick for. I think APC, to be honest, I think APC will go for a southern candidate.
Who?
Well, if I'm being honest, I believe that I still, like I've always said it before. I've always said that I see, I see someone like Amici being a much safer.
That's tough because do you know why? Do you know why I don't agree with you? Because if that was true, then there would be no reason for EFCC to be chasing him up and down lately. You can't be the guy they want, and all of a sudden the EFCC is all over you, and that's kind of like I don't know about that.
I think of late EFCC has been going after some. I don't know what they are trying to do. I don't know if it's a charade or what.
Yeah, but they've been going I'm saying that no. If you are Buhari speak, EFCC will not be going after you. If you are the guy, if you are Buhari speak, there's no way EFCC will come after you. Then it's probably not.
CBD, I've got a question for CBD, please, Babati.
It can be a mirage.
Babati, I got a question for CBD. CBD. Have you witnessed what we saw yesterday? The disappointment. Don't you think that it is high time for us to unite now, right from this platform tonight? That to see that if we're able to get TINUBU, at least we can forget that we should forget our past. And then hold on. Let me land now. Okay. That we should forget about our past, differences, and then now see that as a fight between the North and South, so that we can go to unite behind TINUBU. Like Babatiela pointed out that he's a real guy that is should be seen as capable of carrying out those our structural and etc. programs. Don't you see that it's good for us to unite right now? We forget about our tribes, about our party affiliations, etc. Please, why can't we do that?
Well, I think we can. It's possible to unite for the common good and try to forget about who offended who, because someone may say, "Oh, TINUBU offended the Igbos and all that." But you see, at the end of the day, it's not only we can do that as a people, but at the end of the day, it's not only about us. And also, TINUBU himself, I'm just hearing it for the first time here that a lot of Yorubas believe that he will bring some restructuring.
No, you already know that. You already know that. We have been treating this matter for a very long time. Yes,
I'm just hearing it today, but I'm telling
we don't love him. We don't love TINUBU, but at least the game these people are playing right now. It is high time we just back him up. That's what I'm saying.
Tony, Rabbi, I'm saying that the average Yoruba individual's position on Nigeria, if you pull the Yoruba tribe right now, the average Yoruba wants restructuring. That's has always been our position. So I'm sure one man shares that position as well.
Yeah, no, I was listening in the background, but the conversation was going so beautifully. I just decided not to. Sometimes my voice is not needed, and it wasn't needed because it was just such an elegant conversation. But yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said, Babati, and a lot of what you said to in CBD. But yes, of course, the Yorubas have always the Yorubas see Nigeria as a confederation rather than a nation. which is to say sub-ethnic autonomous regions forming under a very loose center. So we have that Yoruba nation, like that Western region that Babati was referencing. And also when Babati was referencing that TINUBU, he may well be, if TINUBU gets the presidency, even if it doesn't restructure the country, it will develop the country out of the relevance of these people. If the country becomes a really developed country, then these people, because they need the country to be somewhat primitive for them to be able to use these techniques that they use. So if there'll be so much change that even if they get the power, it won't matter, you know. But they know all that. So, and I think that is really where their concern is, you know.
I think it's more of
yeah, that is very good, nice point. You know, very good point, woman. That if TINUBU is allowed to develop the place, that whoever come in future, you know, would it be relevant? That is very correct. So let us back him up now. Let us forget about the grievances between amongst us, and then whether the guy.
The Nigerian space is so ethnic that people don't want to hear anything that is north of their ethnicity because they have preconceived prejudices both about the person and the ethnicity. But if we set that aside, there's a conversation to be had in that space.
What of records? What of his record?
We should forget about the past, CBD. That's what I'll be pleading.
What about his record? Okay, what concerns you about his record? Yeah.
Like what the other brother Tiobala is saying, and that's the belief of a lot of Nigerians. You can't
express those beliefs and let's see where the concerns are.
Yeah, you can't tell people to hope on change or whatever. Somebody is coming to develop the country, and his immediate record is showing otherwise. For example, let me go into it. For example, you're talking about someone that everybody believes that he has most of the resources of Lagos State under his control, and mostly people are still living. A lot of, including the Lagosians themselves. Let's even talk about the indigents if you don't want to talk about the people that came from the neighboring states or the other parts of Nigeria. People, most of them are still living under deplorable. Look at that, is it Akoko or that slum on the float that is floating? A lot of these things in Lagos.
Outside of Abuja, which state is the most developed in Nigeria? Even including Abuja.
That is not TINUBU's work. I don't know why we keep on trying to give him the credit for Lagos. Was it TINUBU that made Lagos the former capital of Nigeria? Was it TINUBU that made it the commercial center? The man, he was just a governor. He did okay. I won't say he didn't do anything, but he did what.
Okay, what did they do? What did they do then? What did they do?
Well, I can't say for sure, but if you're talking about a place that was once a capital of the entire nation, and you want to give one governor the credit for that governor that came after the place has been a capital. And after the place has hosted every other ethnicity in Nigeria, it doesn't make any sense.
If anybody from the TINUBU team is listening to this session, and I expect that some of you are, it is left to you then to come up with a list of that, because that's the go-to of everybody. What is his record? Hold on. What is his record and corruption? So that's a place that they have to take on frontally.
The IGR.
The IGR
went out.
We always try to give as if TINUBU is okay. I'm not well. It's just a simple thing.
When the Yorubas want TINUBU so fervently, do you think it's just because of ethnicity? Do you think it's just an ethnic narrative in CBD?
To a large extent, yes. To be honest, yes.
All right.
But the CBD, CBD, you want to liken Lagos now to an ex-federal capital. What about New York? You see Rudy Giuliani, Cuomo, whoever is the governor. You see all the the improvement they are making also are being observed, and then are being acknowledged. So the same thing with TINUBU, because like if you look at the Eco-Atlantic project, he initiated that. And then look at the team. We're talking about the team. Forget about what TINUBU is shaking his hand, or that his hand is shaking. But the team that's going to set up
about his health. I'm only concerned.
No, not you. We have been so. Let me tell you something. TINUBU is the only guy that can challenge these people now. These are our colonial masters. from the north. Because even bad doctor right now, bad doctor is commenting here that that whoever becomes president of Nigeria always serve the interest of the north. So that's why we need Tinubu, that we already know that it's a GBT man that will not serve the interest of the north alone.
If Tinubu comes under through this way, that a lot of his supporters are clamoring for him to come in through this political, he will not do anything for you guys.
You'll be surprised that he will.
Because I'm telling you, the North will never. How many times do we need them to prove it?
You know that.
How many times?
Sorry, CBD. Do you know that if Tinubu becomes president of Nigeria, that will be in spite of the North, not because of them, in spite of them, because they have resistance to the idea. So if he succeeds in doing that, that will be in spite of, not because of them.
How will he succeed?
That's what I'm saying. If he is not likely to succeed, because they hold all the instrumentalities of power at the moment. But if by whatever quirk of fate he succeeds, then that will be in spite of, not because of them.
If Tinubu was going to do anything, and all those beliefs that to me, to be honest with you, I believe those are delusional beliefs. That's just my opinion. That they will come and do something, restructure, take power, and all that. If he was going to do that, he would have.
You think he's just going there to loot, Abi? That's what you really think? You think he's just going there to loot?
Whether he loots, whether he succeeds, whether he loots or not, I don't think the man is tired of looting. He keep on hearing things every day. But my point is this: if he was going to do anything, you see, he wouldn't have.
And by the way, Tinubu is not competing with Peter Obi. So if your argument is for, so Peter Obi is not in. He's not in play for the presidency.
Peter Obi was nowhere even in my mind while I've been talking for the past few minutes.
Don't. I thought maybe you were defending position.
One man is trying to stir you up a little bit. He's trying to stir you up a little bit, Rabbi.
One man, is it tested there? Because I've got a question for him.
I'm not sure that it is still there because he's been quiet.
Let me finish my thought before I lose my chain of thought.
Sorry, carry on.
If Tinubu was going to do anything of what some people are, delusional about, he would have not. He took ACN. I think he was one of is he not the main founder, or I don't know, of ACN, and he went and merged it with CPC in the north, and we're expecting that the man will do something special from what the north wants. It's not possible. If he was going to do this, he would have stayed in that ACN or whatever and developed maybe like his own, like the same argument Ajali Koko was putting through for Obi. But Obi is even better because you can't call Labour Party a party of the north. So he would have done that then if he came into power through that method, then we can start believing that he might do something different. But with this process, and they give him the ticket, just forget it. The whole thing, we are just doing daydreaming. There's no way. How many times we did not prove it to us? We want them to prove it to us every 4 or 5 years. They've shown us everything, that you cannot do anything against their interest. At the end of the day, the whole system, as long as they are involved in that system, it is rigged. It is rigged already, or should I say, it will. I won't even use the word rigged because that's not fair. Because everybody will fight for their interest. As long as they're involved in that system, it must favor them. Unless the North now starts supporting regional governments or restructuring, there's nobody that is in a party that the North are involved with that will ever bring that to Nigeria. That's the truth.
All right, thank you, Nsibidi. So thank you, Nsibidi, and thank you, gentlemen. So, gentlemen, sadly, we come to that time of the day where we must say not goodbye, but au revoir. So au revoir is to say see you later. So not goodbye, but au revoir. So we seek to start to round off, to land this time, I think, on Nsibidi, because he's been so eloquent today. As we encourage, he stayed out of tribalism just a little bit. So we continue to nurture Nsibidi to make him wholly detribalized. The detribalization of Nsibidi, It's the project of this
package.
platform.
A package.
Look
One
at
man,
that.
and sorry, let me say, I said, I was telling you that Saraki was made some title, I think it was Turaki of Ilorin. He was given that, and not just Turaki, the Fulani Emirate Turaki of Ilorin. So, and I think no wonder now I believe he's definitely maybe a Fulani guy, because I just googled that and I found it.
It's a
I
Fulani
was
man.
wondering how come he's not looking like Soli, so now I know why.
It's a Fulani man. It's a sly. It's the most full. It's very treacherous, very devious, very sly. How can you be like that and not be a Fulani man?
But he adopted the Yoruba surname, Saraki. That should be the name from his maternal side.
No, I don't think Saraki is a Yoruba name. I think.
No, I saw on Google, or maybe they don't know what they are saying.
It's the Bukola, only the Bukola, the first name. Bukola is a Yoruba name.
They said Saraki is the Abubakar that is not Yoruba, but you see, there's Bukola Abubakar Saraki. His father was also Olushola.
Olushola, yes. Yeah.
Olushola Abubakar Saraki.
But you have Rotimi now, so because it's Rotimi, that doesn't make him Yoruba. So let's
no,
not look at
I'm talking of surnames now.
I was talking about Tony. And Tony saying that because his name is Bukola. I'm like, that doesn't mean anything.
No, I was trying to disapprove that it's never a Yoruba man. It's a Fulani man from Mali.
But I'm saying he used them. He really embraced that Yoruba identity for. I don't think he used
when he wants to.
No. He thinks it's fully Norse, but it's fully no.
When he wants to, like, you think he's playing politics. He thinks we're idiots.
No, I don't believe that. I feel like he is really proud of his Yoruba roots.
Okay, let one man round up. Let one man round up, man.
Because he married Yoruba, all his kids are having Yoruba names.
No, his mother is from Owo. She's a princess from Owo, so he is half Yoruba, if we're being honest. But
that's what I'm saying. That we cannot just tell him that he does not have genuine love for Yorubas. I don't believe that.
Well, I don't know about that. It's the Sarikin of Ilorin. There's no Sarikin in Yoruba land. If the Sarikin of Ilorin, we don't. Bale, we have Bale, we have Bashorun. We don't have Sarikin.
And then we have a Saki town.
And in due time, if we ever get to the point where we're talking about division of Nigeria, we might need to talk about getting our Kwara and Kogi back.
That will be the fight. That will be where. That's where I see. That's where the fight is.
Yeah, up to all
Ground
those
zero.
Yeah. To Ishekiri land too. We are coming for you, South. We didn't forget.
No, Ishekiri land is ours anyway.
Yeah,
we just collect that one.
I don't think
there's no dispute there. All this no data there. There's no right to Asaba. That's Western region. Unfinished. Nobody they challenge that.
Right.
Right to
where? Right to where?
Right to Asaba. Right to the River Niger.
No. Tony. Tony. We're discussing Yoruba time, not Western region.
It's Yoruba. To Agbo.
Have you been to Asaba?
Yeah, I've been to Asaba now.
So when you went there, what did you see?
Forget about all these things.
You must let me round off.
The coat of arms is the Ada and Eben, right up to Onitsha. So Ada and Eben, that the sword and the cutlass, which is the Benin, the coat of arms.
Please round up. The man have said up to
yes,
Onitsha.
I want to. All right. So we round off and we start off with Ete, who I think may have left us already. So Ete, are you there? No, it's not like Ete to be quiet if it's around. So Ete has gone to bed. So thank you, Ete. I suspect engineer may have gone to bed as well. Engineer, are you there? All right. So I think we've missed that. We'll see him dozing off anyway on the screen. So thank you, engineer. So we go then to Tony. Tony, we're taking closing remarks.
Yes, okay. Thank you, everybody. So CBD, today now we make blah. So we are brothers and sisters, okay? So try to take this one. I don't want to talk too much today. Like, make we begin to unite right now. I think we could start from here today, and then tomorrow I hope that will be better, so that we can be able to translate that into our wider society, so that within South, and then we should forget about this middle belt. Okay, let us concentrate on united Yoruba versus with the Igbos. Okay, first of all, you see today now we judge it, we will not curse each other. and there's no animosity, no no enmity. We love we love ourselves. Let us go back home and talk to our people that we are one people, okay? And then Edo Delta will be the uniting force. Okay, good night, everybody, sir. I hope that people they like couple. Anyway, there's a lot of improvement. I'm very happy. I want to thank all the people that are pushing the like buttons. Really, I really appreciate you guys. And then the commenters, or the commentator, whatever you call them. So they really try today, you know. Thank you very much, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. So from Tony, we're going to Babati. Babati, you know the routine.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Yeah, thank you for having me back. I know I came in a little bit late. I had some few things to do, but I was listening in the background. So, let me just repeat what I said earlier. So anytime we think about Nigeria, we always have to think about its importance to the international community. We don't know how important, how valuable we are. So we need to also consider that there are people that have vested interest in Nigeria when we speak of division or politics. That is the reason why a man like Peter Obi would travel down to London to talk to the prime minister or wherever, because they are watching. So anytime you speak of internal conflict, always consider the influence of the Western countries. And even though it's uncomfortable to speak of this, I'm unhappy about it that we might have two Northern candidates running for office. I think he also does the South a favor because it pushes the agitation for independence and also for the need for restructuring. It pushes both agitation to the front burner. Now, the question is, how do we take advantage of that as Southerners? And that's the question that we have to ask ourselves. That if we, in all likelihood, if we have somebody from the North becoming president and we clamor for, all these things, how do we, make sure that we put that to use? And like I said earlier, is for us to come together. And like one man said, the ethnic division that we have and also the cultural and religious divisions might not allow that to happen. And that really bothers me. That is the reason I said that, they've already figured out the South, and they know how to push our button. They know how to explore and exploit us at the same time. They've figured that out. So I don't see that changing anytime soon. I wish Peter Obi good luck in the Labour Party. I would not even be surprised if Peter Obi comes third in his own primaries in the Labour Party. I would not be shocked if that happens. Sorry, CPD and other guys. I know you guys get triggered when people talk about Peter Obi, but I don't see him. I think he's done politically. He should just go away. What happened to Wike yesterday was quite unfortunate. That should be an eye-opener for we in the South, that no matter how much you do for these people up north, they will always care for their brothers more. And we need to start doing that down south too. And I don't know how we're going to do it, but we have to figure out a way. So anyways, I'm looking forward to the APC primaries and TINUBU especially. And I'm really looking forward to that. Because if this can happen to Wike, and you have about 10 or 11 Yoruba people running, I want to see those poll numbers. I want to see those poll results and see if TINUBU loses, how much did Fayemi or Osinbajo cost them? Those kind of analysis. So I'm looking forward to that discussion. But it was a very intense discussion today. Shout out to Atiku. I know he's not here, but shout out to him if he watches the tape again. Shout out to him for holding it down for rational human beings on this panel, for defending us. He was not tribal about it. I know you guys were uncomfortable about his position, but he made excellent points, and I would defend him on those issues. There was nothing wrong with what he said, even though people got triggered. But anyways, like, subscribe, and share, and hopefully we get back to tomorrow and do it all over again. God bless everybody. Have a good night.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Babati. So that was Babati that came latterly, but to delight us with the elegance of his presentation. So the elegance now that we depart with, of course, none other the mighty one in CBD. In CBD, the final word.
Yeah, thank you so much. It has been a very good session, but yeah, like I also want to thank people like Aite, spoke very well, spoke the mind of millions of people. Yeah, so and very clear also.
Millions of Igbo
Everybody's
people, you mean?
no, Aite himself is not Igbo, so.
Yeah.
So he spoke the mind of a lot of people. So and everybody's views are valid. They should be listened to. But at the end of the day, the truth will never change. The truth is the truth, no matter how we try to, debate it. So personally, I just hope that we can stop, deluding ourselves that we can get something that the North are not in support of by going through a system that they are largely in control of. So it's not possible. It's not. It's just common sense to me. So it can only work if we have a system that we are more in control of. Then we can maybe have a level playing field. But as long as we are doing something, hoping, how can you hope for the support of someone? To fight himself, to fight against someone, and you want that person's support to help you fight against him. It doesn't work that way. And the only thing I can say for Tinubu, unless if what Tambuwal did will repeat itself, maybe the entire Yoruba or Southwest aspirants will just come on that day and say, okay, we have consulted and we are dropping our ambitions, and everybody support Tinubu. I feel like it's going to be a very, very difficult time unless they do that. It's going to be very difficult for Tinubu because the delegates' votes already will be split among, the numerous people running from even from the southwest. I think we have about 3 or 4. I'm not sure. So, so I don't see that. To be honest with you, I believe in the south. I believe in all this, but we don't need to be deceived every time for us before we understand that it will not work. So we have to go through. I believe so much in the third force. I believe in in a, in a, in a, going outside of the system and trying to challenge this corrupt and this corrupt politics that we are doing. That's the only hope. And at the end of the day, it's not just something that has to do with the South. We have people in the North also joining, and I hope they do more. I hope they reach out to as many people as they can, but avoid guys that will come there and try to do Godfather politics there and try to gain ground. So, yeah, that's what I have to say. Please, continue to support the platform. No matter, it's not perfect, but at least. The one thing I appreciate about the platform is the real, conversations, and it's an open house where people can participate and come in and air their views, no matter how unpopular or popular it is. That's one thing that I respect so much about this platform. You see, so you might feel that sometimes there are biases against. Maybe a particular
Igbo people, yes.
yeah, against the Igbo, or if you're from
Go
the
on now, you
north.
can say it.
Yeah, Igbo, or even if you're from the north, also you might feel that if you're from, but at the end of the day, the one thing you appreciate about the platform is the real conversations, because these are real feelings and real thoughts, and also it's an open platform where you can come out and say what you want to say, and nobody will people will listen to you even if they don't like what you're saying. So with that, let's continue to support the platform, and where I'm also not saying that everything is perfect. I know that as time goes on, you will be, things will become as more, no, everybody is growing. That's just what I mean. We are all growing every day. So please, like, the like has been helping, so we need to keep liking and sharing. So thank you so much for tuning in today. And thank you, One Man, for having me on the platform.
All right, thank you, Nsebede. Always a delight. So that's Nsebede. You all know him, and some of you may even love him. I'm not sure how many people love Nsebede. Such a prickly character, but you know that's Nsebede. What can you do? You know, we can't take him back to the hospital and say we don't want any more. You know, so let's just we have to adopt him. So we've adopted Nsebede. We'll make an Oyo man of Nsebede if that is the last thing that we do. So, but that there it is, and right there. So I was only joking, by the way, because even I know the Easterners, they don't take very well to jokes. You know, very soon they'll start to draw cutlasses. How dare you say you will make an Oyo man out of an Igbo man? Look at this Yoruba Efulefu. You know what they're like over there. But then, so that has been the session. It ebbed and flowed, but it's landed here. Somewhat of a pleasant, enjoyable session. I enjoyed it, and I hope you did as well. If you enjoyed it, then it happens every day, 9:35 UK time. So you can set your watch by it, and as soon as it's 9:35 UK time, then you just schedule in your own mind diary that is One Man went to more time. So you make yourself prompt on time, because we are marking registers and we are finding latecomers. So make sure you are punctual for 9:35. I was going to say tomorrow, but later on today now, because we spilled over into another day. So make sure you are available 9:35 UK time, as we shall go through matters again to see what delight the Nigerian space is providing on the menu yet again. So, excuse me. So that has been the session, and of course we've had quite a decent traffic on the platform today, which I think a lot of you traditional viewers of the channel, you've noticed that we've had quite a decent traffic on the platform today, and that is all entirely wrapped around that narrative when we're pushing you click on the like button, click on the like button. So you don't even have to take my word for it anymore that it does have an impact. I think it's visible for you to see there. So we've set the target for 200 likes for this session. I think we're about 10 or 15 clicks away from that. So if you tip us over that 200 mark, then that would, of course, then you will see the impact in subsequent sessions. So that's just how it works. It's an interactive session. The YouTube system works on an algorithms thing. So it just goes with what the feedback is from the audience. And the feedback is all about your interaction with these sessions. So if you clicked on subscribe and you clicked on like, then that will be sufficient enough for YouTube to then make the recommendations if they deem it necessary. But that is just the one way that you can support the space. The other thing, of course, is to make yourself punctual always. We are hustling all the way through to February 2023. Every single day, holding these politicians to account and making sure that our dollars are being well spent, our nairas are being well spent, or our euros or yen or whatever are being well spent. But at the moment, we have no confidence that that's what obtains. But of course, we must always hold their feet to the coal. So come join me 9:35 UK time later on today, where we shall hold the politicians' feet to the coal again and sweat them hard on their wrongdoing. So your kobokos to the ready as we dish out a summary punishment beating to Mallam Buhari and his posse. So summary beatings to Mallam Buhari and his posse, 9:35 UK time every single day, 9:35 p.m. that is. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say, peace.